Cooperative School District. My name is Drew Mason, and I am the district moderator. I call this meeting to order. I invite all who are able to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Usually at this time, we feature a live performance by students of the co-op. Due to the virus, we cannot do that. Instead, the co-op chorus has recently recorded a performance of our national anthem. At this meeting, we can only play the audio, but you can find the full video right on the front page of the SAU 41 website. It's marvelous. I invite all who are able to please stand.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were giving proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The co-op chorus, conducted by Matthew Barbosa. Thank you. I invite all serving members of our armed forces and all veterans to stand and be recognized. We thank you for your service. I invite School Board Chair Holly Durlow Babcock to introduce the members of the school board.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Holly Durlow Babcock, and this year I had the honor of being your Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board Chair. Before I introduce the school board, I would like to take a minute to express our appreciation. This has been an incredibly challenging year, and yet we truly have been one of the few districts in the state to offer 5 days per week of in-person, full-time instruction since the fall of 2020. This accomplishment would not have happened without the grit and determination of the leadership team at the SAU. Our superintendent, Andy Corey, and his team, Gina and Bob, and their support team had the courage and the discipline needed to craft a plan that keeps our kids safe and engaged in their learning. The building level leadership, our principals and their assistants have stepped up and created an environment in their building of cooperation and creative problem solving. And with that, our professional staff, our teachers, have roomed and zoomed in order to meet the needs of all of our students. And they have done so when many other districts have not been able to get to that point. We are so happy and thankful to have this excellent team of educators in this district, and they are supported by our amazing support staff made up of our paraprofessionals, secretaries, food service workers, and of course, our custodians and bus drivers, all of whom have stepped up to keep our students safe, fed, and educated. We also want to thank our athletic department and extracurricular advisors, coaches, and staff who have helped create a campus that is buzzing with activity during and after school as well. Our families have trusted us with their students, and we are grateful for that. These parents have dealt with long carpool lines, daily forms, and contact tracing, and they have been respectful and thoughtful in their feedback. And our students, what can I say? We could not have been in this building without our students, many of whom are approaching young adulthood or are young adults. They have been cooperative, wearing their masks and social distancing, and we applaud them. And of course, we want to thank the two communities who support our schools. We truly thank Hollis and Brookline, one community, for your continued support. Holding this meeting outside was a way to make sure that your voices were heard and that you could debate, deliberate, and amend. So we thank you for tolerating the inconvenience of this outdoor meeting and for dealing with the compromises that we had to make in order to make this happen. And we want to acknowledge the work that it took to get here. In that regard, we'd like to thank the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Budget Committee and the Bud Chair, Darlene Mann, and our SAU Business Office, led by Kelly Seeley, for all the work they do to get the warrant to this point. We also need to thank our moderator, Drew, and his team of assistants, Diane, the co-op clerk, Jim, our co-op attorney, for dealing with this outdoor meeting and the logistics of it all, as well as the supervisors of the checklist, our ballot clerks, and all of the volunteers that support this process. We truly thank you for your efforts. And another thank you to the team at the SAU, the high school, the tech crew, and the custodial staff who set this entire outdoor meeting up. And finally, I personally want to thank the Hollis Brookline School Board for taking care of so much this past year. This has been an extraordinary year, and I felt privileged to serve with this group of people who take the time to research, to ask good questions, and to push when needed to make sure that our students would have a safe, successful, and enriched learning year. I'd like to introduce those members of the school board, and I'm just going to mention a few of their committee roles. Tom Solon is our vice chair. He's a member of the HEA negotiating team as well. Liz Brown is a member of the HEA negotiating team and is on the instructional practices subcommittee. Kate Stoll, who will not be here today due to a family emergency, is our secretary and a HESA negotiating team member. Cindy Van Conen is our BudCon rep. She also serves as the SAU vice chair, and she's on the HEA negotiating team. Krista Whalens on the HESA negotiating team, policy committee, and an IPC committee. And Beth Williams serves on the policy committee, the SAU budget committee, and an IPC committee. We all work hard to make sure that our kids get the education that they deserve, but as always, we appreciate your support. Thank you.
I invite Budget Committee Chair Darlene Mann to introduce the members of the Budget Committee.
Good morning, and thank you for attending our meeting this morning. I'd like to introduce the members of the Budget Committee. We have Raul Blanchet of Hollis, who's our vice chair, Brian Rader from Brookline, Matt McGuire from Brookline, who's our secretary, and we have some absences today due to previous commitments, and those individuals include Tom Enright, Dave Blinn, and Lauren Ridstrom. Thank you.
I'd like to invite SAU Superintendent Andy Corey to introduce members of SAU 41 and the school staff.
Good morning, and thank you again for coming out today. It's my pleasure to introduce Gina Bergskog, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Kelly Seeley, Business Administrator, Rick Barnes, the principal at the high school, Tim Gerzone, the principal at the middle school, and Bob Thompson, unfortunately, wasn't able to be with us today because of a family commitment. Bob is the Assistant Superintendent for Special Ed Services. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce District Clerk Diane Levitt and District Counsel James O'Shaughnessy. The supervisors of the checklist and ballot clerks are along the back. My assistant moderators are Jim Belanger, who is over there, and Paul Armstrong, who is over here, I believe. We are all concerned about COVID-19. I would like to thank school and town staff, election officials, and volunteers for their attention to appropriate procedures for this meeting. Current CDC guidelines call for people to wear masks when in large groups, even when outside and with social distancing. For the safety of all of us, we ask that attendees wear a mask except when speaking at the microphone. If you need to adjust the height of the mic, grip it by the arm and not by the mic itself. The mics are spaced 15 feet away from anything else, and wipes and hand sanitizer are provided. It is especially important to wear a mask when in line for the ballot clerks or to vote. This meeting will conclude the annual meeting season for Brookline. For Hollis, the town annual meeting will be right here on this field on Saturday, May 15th at 10 a.m. Unfortunately, we do not have a display capability for this meeting. On sau41.org, you can access the school board and budget committee presentation materials, the meeting warrant, and the proposed MS-27, which is the detailed budget. Voters who want to view the live video of this meeting can see it from live stream, again from the SAU 41 site. Mr. Corey, do you want to speak? There he is. You hid from me.
I just wanted to take a moment and recognize both the school board and the budget committee. Many of you have probably read in the papers about districts that have struggled to reopen. I feel very fortunate that we had a group of individuals in the school board who would allow us to take those steps, take those chances, and put the kids in the building. They have given countless hours this school year. They have been there for every phone call on a Saturday or Sunday night when we had a positive case of COVID, and they truly have led by example. The budget committee has been there supporting us from a financial aspect every step of the way. Wipes, containers, all the different things that we never thought about until this summer. But because of their efforts, we were able to open. And I also feel obligated to thank our teachers. Many of you probably read stories as unions put barriers up. Ours did not. Ours sat at the table and came up with solutions. And I thank them wholeheartedly for that, because we have seen the difference. Exactly. We have seen the difference that face-to-face education makes, whether it's 4 years old in preschool or the 12th grader who's getting ready to leave us in a couple months. And I thank all of you, because each of you, in many cases, have gotten up and done the daily monitoring symptoms. You have been there when we called to say your son or daughter needed to quarantine. You have been understanding when technology didn't go well on a particular day. This wouldn't happen without all of us. So I thank you. I appreciate your commitment and your dedication to your children. It truly is a remarkable year, but we can all feel good about what we've done for our children, the children of the Hollis and Brookline school system. Thank you.
We are here today to discuss and act on the subjects brought forward on the warrant by your school board. To do so effectively, we need rules, which provide order and structure to the business of the meeting. Rules must be set for each meeting so folks understand how to get things done. I will propose a set of rules and then ask the voters to adopt them. Once adopted, it takes a 2/3 vote to change them. As a reminder, Robert's Rules is only a guide. They do not control how this meeting is run. You can find a copy of my standard rules in the yellow section of the town report. Brookline's copy is on page 178, and Hollis's is on page 215. I will touch on just a few points. Each year, I review the proposed rules and make adjustments based on my experiences in the meeting, feedback from voters, and the circumstances we are facing in a given year. This year, as a result of all three factors and the pandemic in particular, I am proposing 2 significant changes to the standard rules. The primary purpose of these changes is to try to expedite the meeting and keep it safe while still allowing the participants to engage in a lively debate. We want to hold a safe meeting without sacrificing the quality of the process. The first change is to the effect of a motion to end debate. In prior years, if a motion to end debate passed, all voters still in line to speak could have their turn at the microphone. My proposal is that if a motion to end debate passes, then debate ceases immediately, and the meeting proceeds to vote on the question. The motion would be in order only after sufficient debate. That is a judgment call by the moderator. At the minimum, I would like to see 3 speakers in addition to the sponsor, with at least 1 speaker opposed to the question. I believe that this change will allow for adequate debate, but keeps the meeting moving. The second change is that only sponsors of articles may speak for 5 minutes. All other members of the public are limited to 2 minutes, including for amendments. The standard rule was that organized presentations could have extra time by prior arrangement. I believe that the prior arrangement rule was unfair to speakers who did not know about it. The change gives the same amount of time to members of the public so that everyone in attendance is on an equal footing. Article sponsors are allowed extra time because their article has been presented at a public hearing, and they may need extra time to explain their proposal. If you wish to speak, come up to the microphone and show your voting card. Please wait to be recognized by the moderator. This sports field is not designed as a meeting hall, so it may be difficult to hear. Announce your name and address clearly so the clerk can hear it. Sponsors of articles may speak for 5 minutes. Speaking time for all other members is limited to 2 minutes and cannot be yielded or transferred to someone else. When you get close to your limit, I will give you a signal. When you're out of time, I will give you a different signal. Be germane and, if possible, be brief. Avoid repeating points that have already been made. Above all, be courteous. It is possible to disagree without being disagreeable. Disruptive behavior or personal attacks are out of line, out of bounds, and out of order. The purpose of a point of order is to bring to the moderator's attention that the meeting rules are not being followed. It can also be used to appeal a ruling of the moderator. It cannot be used to ask a question or make a motion. Those can only be done when the voter has the floor. A motion to reconsider is useful and appropriate if new information comes to light or spending approaches the 10% rule. It allows the voters to discuss a matter further and vote again. The motion can only be made by a person who voted on the prevailing side. It is debatable and requires a simple majority to pass. Allowing debate on a motion to reconsider is a change from the printed rules. A motion to restrict reconsideration does not block reconsideration of a previous motion or article. If passed, it requires that any subsequent reconsideration of the vote cannot occur for at least 7 days. This motion is not debatable and is in order at any time the voter has the floor. My copy of Robert's Rules is more than 1 inch thick. It is simply not possible in a few pages to take into account all of the possible motions and situations that can occur in a meeting. State law gives the moderator the responsibility for making rulings on such matters as things come up. However, this is your meeting. State law also gives voters at this meeting the ability to appeal and overrule interpretations of the rules that the moderator may make. If you disagree with a ruling, come to the microphone and raise a point of order. The meeting then has the opportunity to vote on the ruling. A ruling can be overridden by a majority vote. If the ruling is a direct application of one of the meeting rules, you need to suspend or change the rules rather than make an appeal. Those actions require 2/3 vote. So I put it to you, shall the school district vote to adopt the rules for this meeting as proposed by the moderator? Is there a second? Sir, your name? Michael Harris. Sorry, Mike, I can't. Masking makes things easier. Is there discussion on the rules? Sir, your voting card? Your name and address.
Hi, I'm David Sachs, 43 Jamrod Road in Hollis. I'd like to make a couple of amendments to your rules, Mr. Moderator.
You want to do them one at a time?
I think so.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to make a motion to restrict moving any article to all-day voting.
There is already a rule to that effect in the printed rules.
Okay, so
So you don't need to do that one.
okay, good. Then the second one is I'd like to make a motion to allow debate for people in line even after a motion to end debate has been made.
I second that.
Moved by David Sachs, seconded by Joe Garuba. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I don't want to turn this meeting into the Hunger Games where people are racing to the mic and trying to restrict discussion. If people have taken the effort to stand in line, let's hear them out. And let's ask that if anyone doesn't have something that's been already said, they can sit down. But I think that allows us to have the debate that we're supposed to have.
Is there further discussion on this amendment?
I want to thank Mr. Sachs for making this point, because if public speaking is not easy, and certainly in these situations where we're in a politically charged time, so if anybody has taken the effort to get online and they have something that they want to say to the town, I don't think it's appropriate that a motion to move the question would prevent them from getting their 2 minutes to speak. So I very much support the amendment that Mr. Sachs made.
Gosh, speaking in front of 1,200 of your favorite people is easy, Joe. Mr. Power, do you wish to speak to this?
Not to this one.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment to the rules? Seeing none, all in favor of amending the rules as proposed to allow speakers to speak after a motion to end debate, please raise your cards.
If in line.
If in line, yes, thank you. Thank you. All opposed? And the ayes have it. Mr. Sachs.
I have one last motion to make. I'd like to move to restrict prepared presentations to 3 minutes.
Restrict prepared presentations to 3 minutes. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Blanchet.
And
Mr. Sachs.
with regard to the conditions we're in, I think we've had hearings. There's material online. The purpose of today's meeting is really to execute on this, to vote. It's not to have lengthy presentations. We don't have any screens. I can't see how that will be disruptive to the meeting, so I appreciate that.
Is there discussion on this amendment? Mr. Garuba.
So I very much want to oppose this amendment. The concept of the rules for making prepared presentations has been printed in the town report for at least 3 years that I'm aware of. So the notion that someone might not have been aware of what the rules are and that should somehow limit the ability of others to speak and get their opinions across, I think it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate really for a couple of reasons, specifically because I had previously arranged to make a 10-minute presentation with the moderator, and that time was rescinded from me, and now potentially the rules are being proposed to be restricted to 5 minutes, and here this specific amendment is restricting things to 3 minutes. That's really inappropriate, and it's very hard to communicate complicated ideas in just a few moments from a microphone. So to unfairly take away from the time that people have put into preparing their presentations and trying to educate the town, I think that's an inappropriate change. and I hope that everybody votes no on this amendment.
You have a voting card? Thank you.
Tammy Fareed Hollis, question. The amendment says to limit all presentations to 3 minutes. Do you have pre-arranged?
The amendment was to limit prepared presentation to
Prepared.
3 minutes.
All right, that's fine. It doesn't distinguish between people who may have pre-arranged with you a certain amount of time and those who may be expecting to make a presentation spontaneously, given the rule that you've already read about that.
Correct.
So do you have pre-arranged?
All of the petition articles have prearranged 5-minute time slices.
Fine. So if the amendment were to pass, that would interfere with your, as stated.
Those presenters would get 3 minutes, yes, instead of 5.
Thank you.
Mr. Solon.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. As a member of the school board who has been asked to present information to this group on one of the warrant articles, I would like to have the originally arranged time of 5 minutes available. That's what I had planned on, and I carefully chose information that I thought would be useful to people who either may not be informed about all the details or may be seeking clarification, and I pose this because I would like to have that 5 minutes that I had planned on. Thank you.
Just to clarify, and I guess I need to get Mr. Sachs to clarify his motion. Let Mr. Sachs come to the microphone. Members of the Budget Committee and members of the school board are in a very different position than members who are speaking to petition articles.
Correct.
And I am assuming that you're not trying to limit them.
Correct.
Okay. So you have your full time, Mr. Solon, regardless of whether this passes. Further discussion on this amendment?
Yes, Doug Davidson, 85 Rideout, as you know, Drew, we spoke the other day about the time allotment. I pared down my presentation to match what was 5 minutes, and I think this is bordering on tyrannical to suggest that, with the preparation and the community preparation that's taken place, and I agree with Mr. Son, a lot of the points that maybe we might have made have already been pared down, and it starts to water this down to the point of it's almost no point. So I vigorously oppose any change in the 5 minutes.
I think you're bordering on being out of order by calling me tyrannical. I am simply proposing a set of rules for the meeting to consider.
I wasn't meaning you being the tyrant. I beg your pardon. Please be clear on that. I'm a fan of your meeting running. So
Thank you, Doug.
I was talking about the tyranny of the majority if they were to vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Joe. Any other speakers to this? The other Mr. Garuba.
I have a card here somewhere. Mr. Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. Over the past few weeks, I have seen numerous examples of censorship through the deletion of online posts, cyberbullying, and even coercive attempts to suppress this community's right to follow the legislative process and precedents outlined in our town and state codes. Unfortunately, many of these acts have worked, and members of our communities are genuinely frightened and scared to speak their mind for fear of retaliation and shaming. This meeting allows those people the opportunity to speak. I'm positive that suppression of free speech is detrimental to achieving the best outcomes for this community. And I oppose, and it is the opposite of the diverse and inclusiveness. As a critical thinker, I must test, all right, I oppose this. I think we should have the meeting the way it was previously, the rules existed prior.
Any other discussion of this amendment? All right, the vote comes on the amendment, which would limit the presentations on petition articles in particular to 3 minutes instead of 5. If you're in favor of this amendment, please raise your card. If you oppose this amendment, please raise your card. The noes have it, so this amendment fails. Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I'd like to propose an amendment to the rules that a motion to table requires a 2/3 supermajority.
How would that affect a motion to take off the table?
2/3 to take off, 2/3 to table.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Mr. Garuba. Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Yes, we just heard about, letting people have the minutes that we've planned on for articles, including the school board and petitioners. I think it's important for everybody to be able to hear and at least vote on the issues that have been brought forward by citizens, because you have to have at least 25 citizens that are interested in this to bring them forward. I think we deserve a vote on every single article, and we can do it in an expeditious way. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to this, Mr. Garuba?
Yes, I do. In the past, I have seen the motion to table used to stifle speech and discussion. I've seen it used in a way that stops people from talking and stops us from having a conversation. And I very much agree with the fact that ending debate should be a 2/3 majority. We need a 2/3 majority to move the question. So in essence, the motion to table is like moving the question before anybody gets a chance to speak. I think you should write it in your rules and print it in the rule book so that it's always a 2/3 majority, not just this meeting. So I very much support that amendment.
Mr. Sachs.
David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road, Hollis. I have a strong concern about this motion, and the reason is it's a very low threshold to put something on the warrant. 25 people, we have towns of 3,000 or 6,000 people. It's very low. It's very easy to come up with virtually anything, find 25 people to put that on. If you get a motion to table that's overwhelmingly supported, I think that tells you that this is not well thought through or not well supported. But I do support the original threshold at the simple majority, because it also tells you that this thing is not really ready for the voters. So I think we should leave this amendment, we should oppose this amendment and leave that rule as is.
Thank you. Mr. Belanger.
Jim Belanger, 32 Plain Road in Hollis. I oppose this change to the rules. We've had legislative processes for hundreds of years, and all of a sudden we come to this meeting and we're going to make changes to suit one particular group's desires. Let's stay with our legislative process the way it has been working forever, and let's not change these rules. 2/3 to take off the table has always been that way. Majority to table shows what the majority of the people in attendance feel and want. Let's leave it alone.
Yes, ma'am.
Michelle St. John, Orchard Drive, Hollis. I'm in agreement with Mr. Sachs and the Honorable Jim Belanger. I don't believe that articles that keep being brought back year after year through petition warrant articles with minimal signatures required deserve to be debated in this format year after year. So I oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion of this amendment? Mr. Garuba.
Thank you, sir. So specifically, the concept that things would be put on the warrant with a very low bar, I don't think that really plays out in the amount of work and the amount of effort that goes into getting something on the warrant and then taking the time to produce good content and to educate people about it. So I think just to kind of characterize the process of having a petition warrant article in a negative way, I think that really damages the ability of people to come together and talk about things that they feel that are important. Whether it's 25 of us or not, having a discussion should be something that we could all agree on. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the amendment would change the number of votes required to table or to take off the table from a simple majority to 2/3. If you are in favor of this amendment, please raise your cards. If you are opposed to this amendment, please raise your cards. Thank you. The noes have it. Are there further discussion of the rules as proposed? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting the rules as amended, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. So the only change to the rules as proposed was to allow speakers after a motion to end debate, speakers in line to continue to speak.
Point of order?
What is your point of order?
It's not a rule change, it's actually a question about the logistics here. So I have a small music stand, and I think that would facilitate people who have prepared speeches. So I think it would be best for everybody who wants to speak, no matter what side of any particular article that they're on, that we set that up here as a lectern. It has magnets and clips to stop the wind from blowing things, and I think it will be helpful for the meeting.
I can't object to you setting it up, but it's also a source of potential contact transmission. So I would say to other people, use at your own risk.
Thank you, sir.
Point of order. Robert Fader, Marion Drive. I've noticed that there are pages taped to every seat here. These pages contain the wording of an amendment to Article 15, which is fine to inform people of. However, these pages also clearly advocate for the passage of this amendment. And I am wondering if that is consistent with the rules of this meeting, that people be able to politicize in this way.
That is an interesting question. The general topic here is electioneering, and when it happens at an election, it is restricted to certain areas. In particular, you cannot do it inside the voting area, and there must be a clear path for voters to enter and exit the voting place unobstructed. This is not an election, this is a meeting, and advocacy is in fact the part of the purpose of the meeting. So electioneering, such as it is entirely fair game. So yes, it's allowed.
All right, thank you.
Do you have more points of order, Joe?
I wanted to speak to those comments.
Come on, Joe. Your school board had a choice of different formats for this meeting. They chose to have a live outside meeting to allow for voter discussion and amendments of the articles. They hope to keep this meeting moving along, so we ask you to keep speeches as brief as possible and limit the number of secret ballot requests. I'm going to do a very quick overview of the warrant. Articles 1 and 2 are labor contracts, the first with the Hollis Education Support Staff Association, and the second with the professional staff, the Hollis Educational Association. Article 3 is the operating budget. Article 4 is the SAU budget. Article 5 and 6 deal with how we fund athletics. We are proposing to discontinue an expendable trust and create a revolving trust, a revolving fund. Article 7 is the Facilities Maintenance Trust. Article 8 is the Contingency Fund. Articles 9 and 10 deal with how the district can have access to unanticipated revenue. Articles 11 to 15 are the petition articles. 11 is to require estimated tax impact on warrant articles. 12 is the tax cap. 13 is SB 2. 14 is a proposed amendment to the Articles of Agreement, and 15 deals with diversity and discrimination. And Article 16 is all other business. 3 of these articles require a secret ballot by law: the SAU budget, the tax cap, and SB2. The last 2 require the polls to be open for at least an hour and also require a 60% supermajority in order to pass. When you checked in with the ballot clerks, you received your voting card and a packet of 4 ballots: purple, beige, orange, and blue. When we come to a ballot vote, I will go over the procedures in more detail. Keep track of your packet of ballots. If you lose them, we will not replace them. Did you wish to speak, sir? Do you have a point of order or
A motion.
what is your motion?
Fred Hubert, Hollis,
Address?
68 Hideaway Lane.
Thank you.
I move that we consider Article 15 first and then resume with the rest of the articles in order as on the ballot or warrant.
Is there a second? Second. Ma'am, your name? Denise? I can't. Tatio? Thank you. All right. This motion is to move Article 15 in front of Article 1. Discussion of the motion. Ms. St. John.
Yep, thank you, moderator. I oppose this strictly because we need to do the business of the Hollis School Board first. Articles 1 through 10 were originally on the warrant. You cannot allow 25 people to put their pet project in front of all the other warrant articles, and it should be voted as it was received, the last item of the day. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Garuba?
Thank you. When you look at the items that are on the warrant, we're talking about spending money, changing teachers' contracts, things that kind of are somewhat routine in the sense of a school district. Item 15 has a lot more gravity than a few dollars here and there in a budget in any particular year. And I think, considering the importance of equality, justice, and unity, I think it deserves to be heard first. And it deserves the attention that you should place on an article which contains subject matter as important as that. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs.
David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road, Hollis. I don't tend to agree with this motion. I do have no issue if you want to put this at the beginning of the petition warrant articles, the very first one. But I do agree with the notion that there's a lot of hard work being done by our elected officials to prepare a budget, which is what it really is to run the school district. For me, that comes first and foremost, that we can operate. And we should put those things where they should be, which is right at the beginning, and that we can deal with the rest of these. Very interesting, and I will say I'm very interested to hear the debate on 15, but I don't believe it comes before anything that's been put on by the board and the budget committee.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a voting card?
It's at my seat.
Please go get it.
Webb Scales.
Mr. Scales.
49 DePaul Gould Road, Brookline. Mr. Moderator, could you explain to us some of the logistics and sequencing of the articles that we are facing? Certain articles can't be taken up until previous articles are disposed of, right? We have some 1-hour votes and things that are going to necessarily delay the meeting.
That is correct. You can't create an athletics revolving fund until you discontinue the athletic expendable trust. And there is a contingent article number 10 that only pertains if Article 9 fails. Those two are the specific requirements of sequencing.
So during the 1-hour votes, we can take up any other business?
During the 1-hour votes, once people have had a chance to vote and sit back down, yes, we can take up other business.
So this article could be taken up during those times?
This is not a 1-hour vote. This is just an up or down vote.
Understood. But there will be other times when we are held hostage by waiting for the voting to continue. And
held hostage by state law, if you will.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And we could, during those times, conduct other business like
yes,
this.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I'm going to let the lady come next because she got to the front of the line and then I sent her to go get her card.
Thanks for calling me a lady. Jen Morrissey, Laurel Crest Drive, Brookline.
Closer to the mic, please.
Jen Morrissey, Laurel Crest Drive in Brookline. I oppose the motion primarily because I believe potentially that there are people who planned their days around how they were going to be able to best participate in this process. And by pulling the vote forward by that much without notice to folks would be unfair to folks who plan to participate in it. So that's why I oppose it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Brandon Buteau, 11 Buttonwood.
Mr. Buteau.
I move to table this motion to change the order of articles.
Okay. Is there a second? Sir, your name? You're going to have to come up to tell us who you are.
Max Porter.
Max Porter?
Porter.
Porter. All right. The effect of this motion would be to set it aside, but it could be brought back later, or it could be reinstituted in a different form. For example, put 15 in front of 11. But the motion is on the table, is in front of you to table this motion, which would be to move 15 in front of 1. This motion is not debatable and requires only a simple majority. If you are in favor of tabling this motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it.
We got to count?
All right. Counters, they want to count this one. Do you need extra counters? Have you and Jim have figured out who's counting what? All right. When I ask for it, please raise your cards and keep them up until you're certain that you have been counted. All in favor of tabling this motion, please raise your cards.
Point of order?
We're voting right now. You just hold your point of order, please.
Who had the front table? You got the front table? Okay.
All set on the yeses?
Yeah,
No.
but I need a minute.
All right. We're voting on the yeses right now. They're still making sure that they counted everybody exactly once. I, I, where is Doug? Doug Cleveland, where are you? He's way back in the back. I apologize for the delay, but given how spread out things are, we're just going to need to work out the logistics a bit for how to count, hand count.
Okay, we can do the no's.
All right, all the yeses, please lower your cards. If you are opposed to this motion to move Article 15 in front of Article 1, please raise your cards. Sir, yeah, my apologies. This motion was to table the motion to move Article 15 in front of Article 1.
Opposed to tabling.
If you are opposed to tabling and you want to move on to discuss the actual motion,
Mr. Moderator, is it okay to ask a point of order question as they're counting?
no.
Okay.
Just we'll get to all of that stuff,
Sure
but
thing.
right now I want the voters to focus on the yeses and the nos. All right, you may put your cards down while they tabulate the vote. Now you can raise your point of order if you like. Yes.
That was me. Brooke Arthur, 74 Ridge Road. Hopefully this is a point of order. Is it possible to consider a recess at some time in the meeting? As we're sitting here, I'm getting concerned for people overheating, if folks maybe don't have water, need to use the bathroom. These are unusual conditions, but I don't know where that falls in the rules.
A motion to recess is indeed a highly privileged motion and would be in order at most of the time. We do have to, on the other hand, we have a long meeting ahead of us and we have barely begun.
Absolutely. And what I was thinking of is like a 15 to 30-minute recess, and whether or not that could be, I would be able to come to the mic and have that be considered?
Yes, you could.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Did you have a point of order, Joe?
I read it in the manual, I'm good.
Thank you. It is a little bit daunting to see chairs from sea to shining sea and voters from sea to shining sea. Looks like we have the result coming.
Point of order?
Yes, sir.
Robert Fader, Marion Drive. I would like to request, if possible, for the results of this vote, rather than just announcing whether it passed or failed, the actual numbers on each side.
We do that.
Thank
yes.
you.
Then the vote was, in the affirmative, yes, 257. What's that number? No, 107. So the motion is tabled. Ms. Mann.
I'd like to take just a few minutes to give a financial overview of the warrant before us today, before we delve into each of the articles one by one. So as Drew mentioned in his overview of the warrant, we have 7 appropriating articles today, which total $25,768,657. Those articles address the HESA contract, the HEA contract, school operating budget, the SAU budget, the athletics revolving fund, the facilities maintenance trust, and the contingency. That $25.8 million is a 3.6% increase from the budget we're currently operating under today. We're legally required to calculate the maximum amount that can be approved at this meeting. That's called the 10% limitation. So for this meeting, based on the Budget Committee recommended articles, the 10% limit, the maximum that would be allowed to be appropriated is $28,154,114. I will add that you can, if you've scanned your smart device with the QR code, you can follow along with this presentation on your smart device. And I'm going to be referring to slide 16 at this point. From a budget distribution perspective, the $25.8 million budget is split between salaries and benefits at 56% or $14.3 million. Student services of 19% of $5 million, and the remaining 6.5 is split between general education for $3 million and another $3.3 million split relatively evenly between bond service, transfers, transportation, and building maintenance costs. On an inflation-adjusted basis, what we see is over a period from FY10 through FY22, salaries rise very slightly below the level of inflation, which is calculated based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics for this period of 22.6%. Salaries are rising at 21.5%. And some of the main contributors to items that are rising greater than inflation over this period include benefits rising at 88%, and more specifically in the benefits category, NHRS costs, the cost for the New Hampshire retirement system, rise at a rate of 253% to a level of by $1.5 million over this period, with health benefits rising at 55% or $800,000 over this period. Similarly, one of the other main drivers of items that are rising greater than inflation is special education costs, rising with an 87% increase or by $2.2 million. Talking a few minutes about student enrollment. Right now, the co-op serves a population of approximately 1,200 students. For FY21, we're at 1,209. For FY22, NESDEC is projecting a very slight decrease of 8 students to 1,201. We're calling that level. And over the subsequent 4 years, we're looking at a 4.9% or 59 student count drop by FY26. The students, those 1,200 students, are split by 2/3, 1/3 ratio, with 2/3 or approximately 800 attending the high school and 1/3 or 400 attending the middle school. From an enrollment composition perspective, it's important to understand how the students are split between the two communities because enrollment drives average daily membership, which is a critical component of our apportionment formula. So over the next several years, what we'll see happening is a distribution shift from about 50-50% where we were in FY19, moving toward 54-46% from FY22 through FY24. Before we bring the districts are anticipated, the split of students between the two communities is anticipated to move toward 50-50%. The reason that this is important is, as I said, the composition is a main driver of average daily membership, and for every half percentage point shift results in $110,000 shifting between the two communities. And that's a shift from one community to the other. That amount of money doesn't get split or apportioned. That is just the amount of money that literally moves over from one district to another. From a cost per pupil perspective, the DOE publishes statistics based on actuals, not budget, and our district consistently underruns the state average by between 5 and 12% for the period from FY10 through FY20, which is the most recent data published by the New Hampshire DOE. In FY20, the co-op cost per student was 5.3% below the state average at $15,932. And for FY22, the cost per student based on the budget is estimated to be $18,616. On a comparative basis, as we compare ourselves against other communities, the co-op, as I said, is below the state average, but equivalent to Wyndham, and below the cost per pupil for communities like the Exeter Co-op, Milford, the Oyster River Co-op, and Sauhegan. And we are we are above communities like Bedford and Nashua, which are two communities with substantial tax bases from both a residential and commercial basis. As we consider the impact of the budget from a tax perspective, the tax effort is the portion of the approved budget which is collected through taxes via the local tax rate. You are not taxed on the budget that gets approved today, but on the tax effort that results. So for FY22, the tax effort is anticipated to be 70% of the budget, or $18.3 million. And that is a significant increase from where the FY21 tax effort fell out, which was 64% of the budget at about $16 million. And there are significant and important reasons for why the tax effort that is tied to the tax bill that the tax rates that were set this last fall resulted in that lower point than what we estimated. And that's specifically related to the fund balance that was returned to the taxpayers. So at the end of June of 2020, as a result of spending a quarter of the year in remote learning, the district realized $925,000 more than was originally estimated as the unreserved fund balance. That money was directly returned to the taxpayer and was realized as a result of that one quarter of the year where our students were in remote learning. The district realized savings in staffing and professional development, transportation and utilities, and that money, as I said, was returned, contributed to a lower tax effort and a lower approved rate that was approved in November of last year. At that same time, Brookline also receives disparity aid in this same period, which they will not be receiving as we move into the next budget cycle. So how does that tax effort impact tax rates? As a result of this additional money that was returned to each community, the co-op tax rate for Hollis stood at $6.56 per thousand, which was below the prior year's rate of $6.75 per thousand. And in Brookline, as a result of their portion of the unreserved fund balance being returned and receiving disparity aid from the co-op, and in fact for the elementary district as well, but for the co-op tax rate impact of $10.31 is about $1.26 below the prior year's tax rate for the co-op of $11.57. So in total, what that means is once you combine the co-op tax rate with all of the other elements of your tax bill, for the town of Hollis, for the approved rates from this past November, the total tax rate change was an 8-cent increase, but for Brookline, it was a $2.07 per thousand decrease. Now, as we move into the FY22 estimated tax effort, there are three things that drive what you're going to be taxed on. Those are changes and increases in the budget, which we'll hear about in a little while, as well as changes and decreases to revenue and state aid. The revenue reduces the original budget and determines then the amount that gets apportioned between the two communities. That amount of money is anticipated to be $2.2 million, which is $653,000 below the prior year. And as we then apportion that amount of money between the two communities, each town receives state aid. And as I said, Brookline will not be receiving $750,000 in disparity aid for the town, for the co-op, and then in addition, another at least $500,000 at the elementary level as well. So as a result, our $25.8 million budget is reduced due to revenue from an unreserved fund balance, estimates of the unreserved fund balance, special education aid, and things like that, to $23.6 million. It's a portion between the two communities, and the resulting tax effort is $18.3 million. This $18.3 million is split between the two communities, Hollis will be responsible for raising $10.4 million and Brookline $7.9 million. From a tax impact perspective, that $10.4 million in Hollis equates to $7.40 per thousand, which is a 12.8% increase in the co-op tax rate from the rate that was set in the last November. Since the co-op represents about 30% of the total tax bill for the town, for Hollis, that net effect to the tax bill is a 3.8% increase because of the co-op. For Brookline, the $7.9 million results in an $11.65 cost per tax rate per thousand, which is $1.34 greater than what it sees today, which is a 13% increase. And for the town of Brookline, the co-op represents 40% of the tax bill. So the impact of that increase on the total bill is a 5.2% increase. There are various legislative initiatives, more than I've seen in past years, that have the potential to address some of the things like returning aid to prior levels. So in other words, Brookline wouldn't see such a drastic reduction in its aid. There are other pieces of legislation that address the state absorbing a percentage of the New Hampshire employer contribution costs, but those wend their way through Concord as they will. And at this point, I can't say which things would absolutely move forward and pass, which things were retained in committee and whatnot. There are opportunities, but at this point, we can't really say what the impact of those would definitely be to resolve some of these changes. So as Drew mentioned earlier, we are through most of the budget season with the town of Hollis as the only outlier for a budget yet to be approved. So the last slide I'd like to talk about today is just a delineation of what the tax rates are among the various elements of your tax bill. So as I said, for Hollis, the co-op tax rate of $7.40 per thousand is added to the $8.18 per thousand estimate for the elementary schools. There is a statewide education property tax, a town estimate, county tax rates, and the total amounts to $24.52 per thousand, or a 5.8% increase from the November rates that were set. And in Brookline, the $11.65 per thousand for the co-op is added to the elementary tax rate of $10 per thousand. to help offset some of the increases that Brookline's seeing, the town has a 22.5% reduction in its tax rate to $4.48 per thousand, and combined with statewide education property tax and county tax rates, Brookline would see is estimated to see a 4.5% increase to $29.06 per thousand. Thank you.
Article 1, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Support Staff Association for the 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, and 2023 to 24 school years, which calls for the following increases in support staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. For fiscal year 2021 to 22, $117,065. And further, to raise and appropriate a sum of $117,065 for the first fiscal year, 2021 to 22 school year. Such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in support staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. The school board recommends this Article 700. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 601. The estimated net tax impact is 5 cents per thousand for Hollis and 8 cents per thousand for Brookline. Moved by Holly Durlew Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Whalen.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for coming out. Beautiful day. I want to begin talking about this contract by thanking both the negotiating teams through this challenging year. Our team on the HESA, which is the Hollis Education Support Staff Association, was Ann Robinson, who at the time was president of the union, Lisa Henney, who is a high school paraprofessional, and Lori Hayes, who is the UniServe director of NEA. The co-op board's team was my colleagues Holly Babcock, the chair, Kate Stoll, as well as myself, and then our administration support was Bob Thompson, assistant superintendent, and Kelly Seeley, business manager. I just want to say in public to thank Bob and Kelly very much for all their help and support. So the support staff, who are they? Holly mentioned this earlier. They are our paraprofessionals, our custodians, our secretaries, and our food service. They cover a wide range of occupations under one union. Our schools could truly not function without our support staff. They are critical to the everyday operation of our schools and the serving of our students. Our goals when we came into the contract terms were to put a contract that allows the district to hire qualified staff at competitive rates, to retain insurance caps for budgeting purposes, and to provide a cost-effective contract for our taxpayers. Our last 3-year contract focused on our paraprofessionals because one of the issues that all employers have is finding and retaining employees. And 3 years ago, we were really struggling with paraprofessionals, and we worked hard on trying to rearrange how we pay them. Local competitive analysis revealed deficiencies in both salary and benefits. This contract showed us where we were struggling, and that was our custodial area. As an example, we've had a custodial entry-level position open in the contract for over a year. Our pay scale, the co-op, is less than our sister districts, Hollis and Brookline, elementary schools, and it is lower than our custodial is lower than Nashua, Milford, Sohegan. How does the custodial look like? Well, the Brookline entry-level custodian gets paid $14.99 an hour, and if The contract currently, the co-op starting wage for a first-level custodian is $11.86. Clearly, that's an unsustainable situation. So we addressed it with the following changes. What we did was we shifted our custodians. Our starting custodians were starting at Category 1. We shifted all of our custodians up to Category 2 and above. That is both on-step and off-step. That accounts for the higher level, the $117,000 in the first year of this contract, which is a 3-year contract, by the way. The next 2 years go back to our regular increases that we would say about $88,000 and $86,000 the following. This put us at a more competitive wage for custodians, but still lower than the other districts. So by increasing, this will increase a starting custodial in Category 2 from $11.86 to $13.25, or $1.39 per hour. Although that is a 10% increase, this number is still 11% below the starting wage for the Brookline School District. The 3-year contract was negotiated for all of our employees, but I am highlighting the custodians because that contributes to the higher level for the first year. So in year 1, for all of our employees, they will go up 1 step plus 2%. That continues for both year 2 and year 3. And when I say go up a step, the step levels vary between a 20-cent increase and a 70 cent per hour increase, depending on where you are on the table. It is a 2.5% increase for all those off-step because they no longer have a step increase. Our health insurance, we increased the caps to $50 per month for single and for 2-person, and $25 per month for family. And we established a healthcare flex spending account, which is no cost to the district. This is a non-standardized contract, which means we vote on the changes every year. In conclusion, the board believes we brought forth a contract that effectively balances the needs of the co-op with the responsibilities to provide us, the taxpayers, with a fair cost to benefit ratio. Thank you.
Discussion on Article 1. Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I wanted to speak about Article 1. It's a 1-year, first-year contract of a 3-year contract. It's not Sanbornized, which I applaud that. I do not like Sanbornized contracts because it locks us in. But the concern I have is if you look at the percentage increases, first of all, you're looking at this line item last year versus this year, $117,000 is 44% more than last year. So it's a huge increase, and you know we're in difficult times with a pandemic. We have a budget that's increasing rapidly. We have to look at everything we can to try to keep the increase down. I understand we have to try to be competitive as well, but if you look at what the what Krista Whalen just talked about in terms of the percentages, if you look at with the category increase for custodians, maintenance workers, ground maintenance workers, and building maintenance shift supervisors, those folks are going to get increases from 16 to 22% in the first year. That's a huge increase, 16 to 22%. I don't think a lot of citizens are seeing that kind of increase. Those who are not in the ones that with the category increase are going to get, if they're off step, they'll get 2.5%, but they can get up to 11% if they're on step. This is a very large increase for this year during the pandemic, and I don't think it's wise for the voters to support this article. So I would urge voters to vote no, and I'm also requesting a secret ballot vote.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Jessica Hartman, and I'm 51 Mountain Road in Brookline. I've had the pleasure of substituting over this last year in the schools, And I wanted to first thank all of our volunteer board members assigned an easy job to do. So thank you for all your hard work all year long. And I've seen this custodians working 3 million times harder than they've had to keep up with all of the COVID protocols. It's not an easy job. And to keep our schools open has been a miracle and wonderful for my kids. And so I thank you all. Sorry, I don't like speaking up like this. And I would be in favor of this amendment.
Ms. St. John.
Michelle St. John, Orchard Drive, Hollis. I'm also in favor of Article 1. Strictly speaking, it's a strong contract. It acknowledges the hard work of these individuals. Previous speaker, not the previous one, but the first speaker was speaking about percentages, but you've got to remember what the dollar amount is. A raise of $1.39 per hour. And Target employees make, in some cases, more than our paraprofessionals and support staff. If we entrust these folks to help our students learn and grow, we should pay them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and I would just vote in approval and to not concentrate on the percentage increase because it's an adjustment to more adequately reflect the market.
Mr. Sachs.
It's here somewhere.
This is a foot race, you know.
Hunger Games. Motion to move the question.
Is it necessary, do you think?
No.
So I'm going to ignore that. There has been a request for a secret ballot. I need to verify that the people are here and that they are registered voters. When I call your name, please stand up and show your card. John Liska, Eric Power, Diane Power, Fred Hubert, Maria Betches, Dennis Betches. Okay. Now, this is the first of several secret ballots that we will conduct today. You have received a golf pencil and a packet of ballots. When it is time, please mark your ballot yes or no. Go to one of the ballot boxes and place your ballot in the box. We have placed the ballot boxes, there's a set over there, and there's a set over there. After you have voted, please return to your seats. The quicker we can get through the voting, the quicker we can finish. Please keep your pencil for the entire meeting. At the end of the day, you can place the pencil, paper clips, rubber bands, any unused ballots in the box near the exit over there. By law, absentee and proxy voting are not allowed at a district meeting. You cannot mark your ballot and give it to someone else to put in the box. For this vote, we will be using the gold or yellow, orange ballot. So that's the one. There is no specific time limit here, so we will close the polls as soon as everyone has had a chance to vote. The polls are now open.
Point of order, Drew? Which one is, wait, like brown and yellow? I'm not sure.
The yellow one.
Okay.
You can call it yellow, you can call it orange, you can call it gold.
Some people are colorblind. Could you please instruct the folks at the boxes to help those who can't tell the tan color from the gold color? We can't be handicapping voters by disability.
All right. Would the people at the ballot box please help anyone who is chromatically challenged to pick the right ballot? Oh, just wait till we get to 15. Yeah. It's written in state law. Actually, it's 5. Mm-hmm. Well, what you can do is go back to the ballot clerk. You mark the wrong one by accident. Go back to them.
I know. Well, good for you. And it was wonderful. Good. I was like, I wish I was there today. Yeah. It was long.
Vote, ask questions, and to just cast your vote.
Where they at?
Not that it matters for me.
I'm almost fully vaccinated. Almost.
Besides, I was worried about Oh, it's on the chair.
That's enough. You can see how this one goes.
Don't pull the speaker down.
Not at this point.
All my hair and my face and everything, and Bill says you want a bandana, and I said sure, so he has some string running his pocket, which is not what I've ever heard of.
That's a little unusual for you. Yes. It goes well with your uniform.
Yeah. But how goes it wrong with turquoise?
You know, with all these people voting yes, they're not considering the people who don't have jobs.
I had one woman complain about the fact that people are marking.
I'm going to scoot right behind you. I love subs. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Yes, he is.
Joe, I'm going to bring up, I was going to try to bring the SP2 up. It's an hour-long vote.
Oh, it's there's a state law that makes that one an hour long?
And so is the tax.
Yes.
So it makes sense to get started.
Could you make an announcement? Someone left their keys.
I'm saying get that one started, you can have the 1 hour going.
Their Subaru keys with an American flag.
Then you can still be conducting the meeting. You can do other business. It's not an appropriation. These aren't appropriations. But if you do it at the end, then the meeting will just have to sit.
That would make sense.
No,
that's just it early. I didn't have time to put together. Counteract you, but I just have some of my old stuff, so I'll go back to that.
Just get everybody, at least vote on it.
Yeah, I didn't know that this was going to
What do you think?
based on a motion to table.
There are 3 porta potties over there. If you go in that door and go straight to the first cross corridor and jog to the left, one can go this way.
I guess it's just everybody spread out.
Just curious if there were any options.
Oh, thank you. I should be honored.
So I think there's great.
You know, your town website is hard going on.
Yes, it is. We used to vote on SB2 on the ballot box. Diane Bill changed it back to an official ballot vote on the capital state. Oh, he had sponsored the bill. I didn't know that. So there was 2 things.
There's no time limit.
Does anyone still need to vote? If you need to vote, the boxes are all down there. Hurry up. Can I close the polls yet? All right, the polls are now closed on Article 1. While the counters count, we can proceed with Article 2, but first I have a couple of announcements. A set of car keys have been found. There are keys to a Subaru with an American flag on the fob. They are being held at the Brookline ballot clerks. There are bathrooms available. There are 3 porta potties up there, and also the main school building is open. If you go in the lower entrance here, go to the first cross corridor and jog to the left. There's a men's room and a ladies' room available. I have been asked to remind folks that this is a large public meeting and masks are required. I haven't even read the article yet.
Make a motion.
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion to take Article 13 up out of order. Take it up now. It's a 1-hour ballot vote.
Okay. Second, moved by Mr. Power, seconded by Mr. Hubert. The motion is to take up Article 13 in front of Article 2. Article 13 is a 1-hour ballot vote and requires a 60% supermajority to pass. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Power.
Yes, I think it makes sense for the expediency of the meeting to go ahead and do that vote, get that going, and while the hour is going by, we can be doing other business. Mr. Moderator, I believe that's true, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so I would recommend that we take up Article 13 now to get that one started, so we don't have to do it at the end. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Fareed.
I'm sorry, do I need to?
No, you're in front.
Tammy Fareed Hollis. I don't object to the moving of warrant order, except that on the one hand, with a 1-hour window, we can continue with the meeting. But on the other hand, we know these petition warrant articles are going to engender a great deal of discussion. And I'm very, very concerned that as people, we've already seen it after the first warrant article voted for, people are starting to leave. And I'm very, very concerned that the proper order and business of funding the schools will be given short shrift if we spend an hour discussing each of these warrant articles before we get to the budgets and the CBA. So I'm opposed to this change for that reason.
Ms. St. John.
I'm also opposed to this motion for the exact same reasons. There are many families who are making times in their schedule to be able to participate, families with students who are in the district and parents of young children who will be in the district, and the school board's business should come first. 25 signatures, moving it ahead. We vote it down year after year. Let's just do it in the order that it appears. Thank you.
Mr. Hubert.
So just to remind everyone, I'm from Hollis. I know you like to ask that. So I don't disagree with the comments that were made about keeping things in order, but let's not pretend that any of these articles are more important than the other ones, right? You say that we shoot this one down year after year, and if we're going to do that, we need to stay here and actually vote and shoot it down again. Otherwise, we might not shoot it down. It's a very efficient use of our time to take up this warrant article because we have a 1-hour ballot vote and we can proceed on the other ones.
Mr. Butow.
Move this question. That is, change the order.
You want...
I want to move the question on changing the order.
You want to move the question. Now, I only see one other voter in line to speak, so I'm going to hope that we don't need to use that motion. Mr. Garuba. Just one less vote we have to take.
So my opinion it's it's strictly being done to preserve everyone's time and make this meeting flow along. I am a very, very strong opponent of SB2, but I'm in favor of this article just because I want to save everybody's time and keep the meeting moving.
All right, seeing no more discussion, the motion on the floor is to move Article 13 in front of Article 2. If you are in favor of moving Article 13 in front of 2, please raise your card. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your card. All right, we're going to have to count this. All right. All right, so we're just going to have to wait for the results of the. Because we have a motion to move the business. Unfortunately, I was concerned that with this format we might run into this problem, but I need to proceed the way. The other thing we could do, I suppose, is put the motion in abeyance and save it to move 13 in front of 3.
I'd like to second that motion.
He can't, he's got a motion on the floor. He has to take a vote.
Someone's going to make the motion.
No, we can't do that. We've got a motion
All
on
right.
the floor.
I'm going to say that vote failed. That in fact, the motion to move 13 in front of 2 failed.
Point of order?
Yes.
Do you need more counters? Is there some way any of us could assist you?
If we want to run simultaneous things, yes, we need more counters, but the folks who are in charge of doing the counting are over there. So if you want to volunteer your services, go over there.
Thanks, Debbie.
All right, he's saying he needs 5 minutes before he can count. So I'm going to, Mr. Hubert.
If you'll legitimately take up moving 13 forward ahead of 3 for the purpose of, keeping efficient time use here, then I'll withdraw my second, and it's a non-issue.
That's tough to do, but I'm willing to go with that. So, having mangled things. All right, so there's an objection to withdrawing the second. Yes.
made a call on the motion to move it, which was that it failed. So therefore, you move on to the next article. If someone wants to sign for to recount,
I don't need to sign.
Voted, no, I can't table it.
If I made a call here that I believe that more people voted against this motion than in favor. If you want to have a recount, I need 5 people to stand up and say they need a recount. Otherwise, the motion fails. I see 3. I see 5. All right. So we're going to wait for the counters to finish the count of the ballot vote, and then we can count.
Moderator, I have a question.
Do you have a point of order or a question?
I'm not sure which it is. I know we're a small town, but
Yeah, it just feels like
feels like looks like a normal like food.
We're moving together.
Some cases they can.
Right, like that could be a way.
That's what it says too. This Article 13 is having the proposed law.
At least just
Yeah,
suntan lotion on my face. On probably all my
Grace, I don't know. Oh, no, my youngest is 32. Five. So did I.
To remind me, what's more important? Sociology. Sociology on minor. Her father is very against. And really, the needs of that, honestly,
When we stick up stuff, but I don't know whether you want to say that or not. It's up to you.
yeah. Those small agreements. One of the things I always
All right, we're ready to go again.
need to work with help with work that really know about it.
Put the stuff in one of the envelopes
Yeah,
and seal it.
put a 1 on there.
Okay. I have the results here on Article 1. Yes, for the HESA contract, 356, no, 112. The article is adopted. As soon as the counters are ready, we're going to count whether we want to move Article 13 in front of Article 2. You ready to count? All right, if you are in favor of moving Article 13 in front of Article 2, please raise your card.
תביא את זה מחר לשפשוף.
שלא יהיה לך...
כן, שלא יתקפל.
תביא את זה כזה בוטה.
אני הייתי שם, קניתי במסילה, שלט גם במסילה.
מסילה.
זה העיתונאים שמוכרים את זה לסירות. הרי במקום סוכר. כן, גם כי זה טבעי, אז יש לזה גם בעוגיות. אתמול הוא הכין טלה, מרק על זה סילנטרו. שמים את זה
Oh, fire. You wanted a fire? Yes. Okay, he's coming back. He's going to count me down.
זה עיראקי.
Thank you. You can put your cards down. All opposed to moving Article 13 in front of Article 2, please raise your cards.
מזל שאנחנו עיירה קטנה.
יש כמה דברים.
כן, חשובים.
זה מתחיל להגיע.
לרדת?
I honestly think that this is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to vote on it at all every year. It's ridiculous.
The whole concept is to try and save time, and I think it cost us time.
אבל עדיין. He does on Monday.
Ask Andy. Got down, kind of down.
כן, יש discussion.
It's just that they are so flat out with everybody. Everybody got it. Everybody got it.
I don't know if it's
Oh, did he sign, get people that sign a number of things and not here? Oh, here we go. If I turn this in with his name on it, it's not going to be. What's his last name?
What do I owe you?
Well, I didn't read it, that's why you signed it, because you only have 6.
Job was pressure.
We actually need 5. Can you give me a my dog?
I love your shoes, bro.
Crosses me.
You can put your cards down if you haven't already. The vote here on moving number 13 in for number 2, yes was 177, no was 192. Article 2, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Association for the 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, and 2023 to 24 school years, which calls for the following increases in professional staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. For fiscal year 2021 to 22, $228,316. For fiscal year 2022 to 23, $294,057. For fiscal year 2023 to 24, $330,369. And further, to raise and appropriate a sum of $228,316 for the first fiscal year, 2021 to 22 school year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in professional staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. The school board recommends this 700. The budget committee recommends this 610. The estimated net tax impact for this for Brookline is 15 cents a thousand, and for Hollis is 9 cents a thousand. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Liz Brown. Mr. Solon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for all of you who have come out today. The negotiating team for the co-op was Liz Brown, Cindy Van Conant, and me. And for the teachers, it was Stacy Plummer, Jen Given, Jen Staub, supported by Lori Hayes from the union. And we were supported in our negotiations by the superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Bergskog, and Business Administrator Kelly Seeley. Thank you all for the help in getting to this point. As you've heard before, ours is one of a small number of schools in the state, and the country for that matter, that provided full-time in-person instruction to all students who wanted it in a safe, healthy environment. Anyone watching the news knows this is a big deal, and it's a direct result of the professional, respectful, and collaborative relationship among the staff and administration, and the cooperation and support of students and families in our community. Unlike the situation in our district 2 decades ago when we were one of the highest paying districts in the state, we're now mid-range in the state. Still, our students outperform the majority of their peers in academics and arts. Our staff and administrators are recognized leaders and innovators. We're presenting you for your approval a negotiated 3-year contract. We believe this is a fair contract, that it's a competitive, but it's not a rich contract. Why a 3-year contract? In these uncertain times, why not just go with a 1-year contract? Well, a 3-year contract provides stability for the district and the staff. It actually counters some of the uncertainty of these times. It saves time and money for the district versus a 1-year contract, as negotiations have real costs for legal and administrative support, often in excess of $10,000 per session. By session, I mean a negotiating year. It's less disruptive to our schools and our staff, and it helps with employee retention. Multi-year contracts typically have lower total cost increases than multiple successive 1-year contracts as a result of these benefits. So per New Hampshire RSA 273-A, we request your approval based on the estimated cost increases with each of the 3 years of this contract. If you vote to approve this contract today, the pay scale is set for the next 3 years. People refer to this as Sanbornizing the contract because of a court case in the 1990s in Sanborn, New Hampshire, where the town was accused of violating the RSA by not presenting the increases every year during a multi-year contract. The New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled that the contract was valid because the town had disclosed all the year's increases during that initial vote, as we are today. We do this regularly with our elementary school districts. We do it with our police contracts. This is the same situation. Some community members are opposed to this. Instead, they want to only vote on the first year's increase and vote each successive year on that year's increase. They suggest that they may not want to honor the agreement next year and want the option to withhold the teachers' raises to cut costs. Imagine signing a contract for 2 or 3 years, and in year 2, someone says to you, you have to do your part, but I don't have to do mine. That's what a non-standardized contract allows. And we, the voters, have done that to our co-op teachers in the past. If financial situations change in the future and cost cutting is required, playing around with the pay scale is not the way to do it. Staffing changes, program changes, delayed expenditures, these are all viable tools. But when you threaten to withhold pay, our most marketable staff are the ones we lose, our best and scarcest teachers. A quick word about NHRS, which has been brought up, the New Hampshire Retirement System. This is a pension fund for all municipal employees, not just teachers. And many years, maybe 30 years ago, the state legislature voted to underfund the pension fund by cutting employer contributions, and they also took some of the earnings in the fund out of it to pay for other things. This continued for several years, and now the system is underfunded to cover pensions that are currently in play. Starting in 2010, all municipal employers have faced increasing contribution rates to repay for the missed contributions in the past and some of the, what I call stolen earnings from the fund. This is supposed to continue until 2039, when the fund should be solvent again. This enormous tax burden does not go to the current employees. They don't receive the money, this excess money going in. It's not compensation for our teachers today. It's a real cost to us, but it's not extra money going to the employees. So getting to the specifics of this year, we entered negotiations with an open mind, looked at the costs and benefits of 1-year and multi-year contracts with and without amortization. We believe you get the best value for the district with this 3-year contract. The teachers are paid based on their college credentials and their years of experience. Each year they stay working in our district, they get a step increase until they reach the top in their step category. Then they stay at the top step for the rest of their career here. Most years, the salary table is increased across the board by a certain percentage intended to adjust for general cost increases. This is the only increase that our most experienced staff receives. The step increases on our salary table are 2.5% on all but a few steps. This is between $1,000 and $2,000 for most of the steps on the table. This year, about 40 teachers, 35% of our staff, are on the top step and will get only this COLA, cost of living adjustment increase. If we have the same staff in year 3, it will be almost 50 teachers and over 40% of the staff that are only getting the COLA increases, not the step increases. This is often at least half of our salary budget. For this year, the COLAs are, or for this coming year, the COLAs are 0.75% the first year, 1.5% the second year, 1.75% in the final year. The total estimated increases for each of the 3 years, calculated using the current staff, it's just an estimate based on the current staff, are the amounts in the warrant article 3. And with that, a vote yes on Article 2 will approve the 3-year contract. Thank you.
Mike, do you have a problem here with this speaker? I just hope it isn't live. Is there a discussion on Article 2? Your math doesn't count, but I saw your card. Can people still hear? I know we're having a little problem with the speakers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, all right.
Thank you. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I looked at this article, I got the teacher's contract and looked at it in detail. And I heard what the argument was for Sanbornization, and I still don't buy it. I think that Sanbornization locks us in for 3 years, and that isn't a good thing in terms of you never know what's going to happen in 3 years. In 2018, we passed the Sanbornized contract, and we ended up with this pandemic, and a lot of people are hurting. If you looked at what we passed last time for the Sanbornized contract, we had teachers that were getting over 3 years, getting anywhere, on-step teachers getting anywhere from 13 to 24%, with off-step teachers getting in the range of 8 to 15%. So we're going to be building on that increase this year. So if you look at what the teachers are getting, you have to count the step changes as well as the table changes. The average teacher that's on table will get 12.1% over 3 years. And the off-step teachers will get, depending if they're completely off-step or move off-step, anywhere between 4 and 10%, plus the other benefits. The other thing that was alluded to was that this doesn't come with any cost. We're going to pay a 21% salary, 21% of the salary is paid on each of the teachers' salary to the New Hampshire retirement system. You can kind of think of it as a tax, but it's something that's mandatory from the state level that obviously needs to be worked on. At the same time, the teachers are paying 7% into the New Hampshire retirement system, while we pay 21% as taxpayers. So we have to keep the costs under control. This is the single biggest item that drives our budget. And so we have to be very careful about how much we put into this. And I don't think that a Sanbornized contract makes sense for us at this time during the pandemic. It would be much better to go with a year to year and see how things go, because we don't get the protection like the teachers do as citizens. We have to make ends meet, and we have to be careful about our expenses. So I recommend voting no on this, and I'm requesting a secret ballot vote.
Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Fareed Hollis. A number of points. Number one, we are required by law to provide free and appropriate education to our students. We don't get to defund teachers when things change economically. So the Sanbornizing or not Sanbornizing, we still have to pay our staff. The New Hampshire retirement system fees will happen no matter what we do with this contract. The health fees will happen no matter what we do with this contract. The contract I want to make on standardization itself, I thought Mr. Solon did a remarkable job in the benefits, but I'm not sure that most people appreciate the amount of work that goes into negotiating. So when we're talking hundreds of hours per individual on the teams and on the staff, it's a giant amount of work. To suggest that we could do this every year on the principle that we might not want to honor a contract in subsequent years, which in my 19 years here with non-Sanbornized contracts, I have yet to see, doesn't make sense as a matter of efficiency, as a matter of contractual obligation, just as Mr. Solon pointed out. When you have a contract at work that's for 3 years, you don't expect that you get the short end of the stick. And I support this contract, Sanbornized and in its full funding.
Kathy Levitt, Birch Hill, Brookline. I am in favor of the 3-year standardized contract for several reasons. Teacher turnover rate has direct negative impact on student achievement. Renegotiating a contract year after year is a waste of our time as school board, budget committees, citizens. 3-year contracts tell teachers your work, your pay is important and of value to us. Supporting a 3-year contract gives peace of mind to educators that despite the difficulty of the pandemic, indeed, our kids' education matters. Teacher turnover has a direct negative impact on student achievement. Completely lost my train of thought. I was speaking about this morning to the National Teachers Union. Retaining and recruiting certified, experienced teachers is becoming increasingly difficult in the state of New Hampshire. We have nothing but quality educators to lose by signing the 3-year contract. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Karen Bridgeau, Hollis. I think it's interesting that we're having this discussion after the Hollis Brookline Cooperative District is one of the few high schools, middle schools, elementary schools that actually stayed in person during a pandemic. And the fact that we're even having this conversation is fairly ludicrous to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Maureen Masterson, 60 Milton Place, Hollis. I am in favor of this article. Our teachers have been heroic, our school board has been heroic, and our budget committee has been heroic in the face of this pandemic. I stand with you guys. I support this amendment, and I support this article, and I would like to move the question.
Okay, the question is to end debate. Is there a second? Someone over here? I need a name. Max Porter. If you want to end debate, and that would make Mr. Buteau the last speaker, please raise your cards. Wait. If you are opposed, thank you. What is your point of order?
In the history of all of our town meetings and district meetings, if you want to move the question, then you move the question. You don't get to speak and then move the question. That is incorrect.
Nonetheless, I made the ruling, and it was overwhelmingly desired to move the question. Sir.
Doug Davidson, Rideout Road. I'm always perplexed, as having been a former ranking member of the Co-op Budget Committee, how and why people can justify any budgetary item that increases at multiple times the rate of inflation. I find that very perplexing. The other thing is, as someone stated earlier, frankly, having been a teacher in New York and having been a member of that retirement system, the retirement system in New Hampshire for the education system is broken. It doesn't realize the returns of other states like New York or California, believe it or not. And it's an incredible burden on the taxpayer. Whereas that contribution that we make to the retirement system, which I think is a bit usurious at this point based on the numbers we even just heard and the growth rate, has to be counted as part of the full compensation package. And I think that justifies reconsidering going with a 3-year contract, and I think it further justifies, and you don't need justification, it's within our right as citizens to have this vote year to year, such that conditions not unlike the ones we've witnessed, Mr. Moderator, with the pandemic have significantly reduced the amount of money that was spent and having virtually unprecedented unreserved fund balances. So that to me completely justifies the fact that we should do this year to year. So I'm against this warrant being passed as it is.
Yes, sir.
I'm Craig Mock, 33 True Roll, Hollis. I'm for this article. One thing that hasn't been brought up yet throughout all these spending discussions is the $1.9 trillion spending bill that just came out of Washington. And there are multi-years of hundreds of billions of dollars for education in that bill. So for the panel here, I'd like to know if that money is going to find its way into this school district, and if so, will that offset any of the costs that we're talking about here today? Thank you.
Question for the school board or the budget committee? For the administration.
Well, the honest answer right now is we don't know. But what we are hearing is that it will be based on the Title I formula, which is your number of free and reduced lunch students. So to give you an example, the ESSER 1 funds that we already have received for the co-op district were right around $60,000. So you're hearing about millions, and they're not coming here because our free and reduced lunch population used in the formula. With ESSER 3, which is the next round coming out, I've been told to plan on about 2.1% of what I received, so that'll be about $120,000 that will be coming here, and that money will be usable until December of fiscal year '23.
It's a multi-year spending bill, though.
Yes, meaning that the funds will come here. The majority of the funds for education are to help schools reopen, which we've already done, to continue to pay for PPE and those type of things. And again, it's going to be based on free and reduced. So the dollars that you're hearing about, Manchester will get 5 to 7 million. That's not going to happen for Hollis or Brookline.
Okay, asked and answered. Thank you.
Mr. Butow.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of this article. I would like everyone to keep in mind everything that they've heard. Also keep in mind the recommendations of the board and the budget committee. These are people that we have elected to help engage in these kind of negotiations. If you are not happy with a San Bernard's type of arrangement, then please vote for people who would not try to negotiate them. That is the best way to make that kind of adjustment in the future. If you don't trust your negotiators, then we've got much bigger problems. So that's my recommendation to those who are thinking about this vote. Please don't take into account the retirement system problems. Sure, we've got retirement system problems. But whatever you vote on this is not going to change those. Thank you.
Looks like discussion has ended. We have a request for a ballot vote. John Liska, stand and show me your card. Eric Power, Diane Power, Fred Hubert, Maria Betches, Dennis Betches, thank you. This time around, we still have boxes there and there. And we're going to use the blue ballot. The polls are now open. Can I have there we go. Is there anyone here who still remains to vote on Article 2? If you do, please hurry along because we want to close that and get it counted. They, blue, over there. They moved the boxes over there.
I heard your alarm go off, and thank you for letting me continue.
The voting on Article 2 is now closed. They're going to start to count. And we're just going to wait this time because I don't have enough counters to do anything.
No, I'm just getting collecting my fingerprints.
Yes. Time to go. Ms. Fareed.
Wait for the results, Penny. Just get the results.
She brought something.
Yeah. Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Freed Hollis, I move to restrict reconsideration of Article 1.
Okay. Second, move to restrict reconsideration of Article 1 by Tammy Fareed, second by Mike Harris. This motion would mean that we cannot, if reconsidered, we cannot talk about it again for 7 days. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 1, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 3.
John Liska, Brookline, New Hampshire, Route 13. Okay, I'd like to turn around and move Article 12 ahead of Article 3, seeing that we have such a dead time right now.
The motion on the floor is to move Article 12 in front of Article 3, and Article 12 is?
Tax cap.
The tax cap. Is there a second? Second by Eric Power. Mr. Liska, is that correct?
Yes. Liska.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
Well, what it does is it puts a top on something so we can just keep raising these numbers so high, then we have to stop and start looking at other places that are just runaway. Otherwise, it's just out of control.
Not the petition, your motion to move it ahead. Why do you want to move it ahead? Moving the article. Why you want it first?
Because we have a dead time, this will move up the whole process a little quicker.
It is yes, it is a 1 hour ballot.
1 hour ballot.
Ms. Fareed.
Did you finish your comment? Tammy Freed Hollis, I oppose the reordering because I feel very strongly we need to continue working on, together as a legislative body, on the business of funding the school's annual needs as the day wears on and the heat builds.
Mr. Butow.
Move to table the motion on the floor to change the order of articles.
All right, Mr. Butow moves to table the article to move 12 in front of 3, seconded by Mike Harris. This motion is not debatable. Now, it is my understanding that we have a secondary group of counters available in case we need them. Is that correct? If you are in favor of tabling the motion for move Article 12 in front of Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, and the ayes have it. Do you have it counted, Paul? Oh, all right. Article 3, the operating budget. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of $24,160,377 for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This appropriation does not include appropriations voted in other warrant articles. The school board recommends this Article 700. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 610. The estimated net tax impact for Hollis is $6.98 per thousand. For Brookline, it's $10.93 per thousand. Moved by Darlene Mann, seconded by Holly Durlow Babcock. Ms. Mann.
So the operating budget before you today represents a $580,166 increase from the current budgets that we're operating under, which is a 2.5% increase. This 2.5% increase in this budget was determined after a detailed review and completion of the guidance process of the Budget Committee, which actually begins in September. And in this case involved four rounds of review of the budget at our level. And I know that from an administrative perspective, several rounds took place before the budget was even brought forward to the Budget Committee. During that process, the Budget Committee assigns a guidance target budget. And in this case, for this, the FY22 fiscal year, we assigned an inflation rate of 0% to discretionary items. And the district budget, for the first time ever, came in below the guidance budget that the Budget Committee put forward, and in this case came in by $196,000 below the target guidance budget that the Budget Committee put forward. The budget itself contains 1.85 additional full-time equivalent headcounts, which is to address the needs of a case manager, to share a facility substitute throughout the district. The co-op ends up taking about half of that headcount cost, and the other portion of the cost is split between with the elementary schools. And we've expanded the role of the SRO from a shared resource to one dedicated to the co-op. The budget also continues the cyclical technology upgrades that began last year and will proceed through, I believe it's 2 more phases. For a brief overview of the major increases to the budget, we see student services at $5,007,617, which is a $417,000 or 9.1% increase. This is due to changes in student programming, including transportation costs for our special education students. Tom Solon alluded earlier to some changes with NHRS. That is another significant increase that we're seeing in the budget. The budget amount for FY22 is $2.1 million for NHRS, which represents an almost $307,000 or 16.9% increase in the budget. That's due to the biennial rates being set for FY22 and FY23. We are seeing substantial increases in the rates for the professional staff, moving from 17.8% to 21.02%, which is an 18% increase, and an almost 26% increase in the rates for our support staff. Our healthcare benefits represent a 9.9% increase, or just under $198,000, due to the budgeting of the guaranteed maximum rate at 10.9%. We see some technology increases in purchasing new equipment and replacing other equipment, and we see new items for those staffing changes, maintenance, textbook security, and things like that. For the major decreases, we see a $105,000 decrease in professional development based on the collective bargaining agreement, $48,908 decrease in retirement benefits. Now, this differs from NHRS. These are the benefits that would have been paid, that get specifically paid to staff that retires from the district. They receive a separate benefit, and we have no planned retirements as we look to the FY22 budget year. In building and grounds, we're seeing a reduction of $267,332 because we've reprioritized maintenance items. And in the salary line, excluding the teacher's contract and the implications of that contract, just in the general salary line, we see a $171,940 reduction. That's due to fewer teachers moving lanes. So while a step table has steps that get added on with a teacher's year of service, as teachers gain educational status and credits and move from a bachelor's to a bachelor's plus 15 or bachelor's plus 30 through master's, we call those lane changes. So we have fewer of those anticipated in FY22, and due to just attrition and redistribution of staff, see in general just about $172,000 decrease in our salary line. And transfers are anticipated to be $127,000 lower because we're reducing transfers to trust funds. When we get to the article on the facilities maintenance trust, that's a lower amount than we've introduced previously, and we will not be putting forward an anticipated payment to the Special Education Trust Fund for this year. Thank you.
I have the vote on Article 2. In favor of Article 2 was 309, opposed was 144. The article is adopted. Discussion of Article 3. Ms. Fareed.
May I make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 2 and then ask a question about Article 3?
Yes.
I'd like to move to restrict reconsideration of Article 2.
A motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 2, moved by Ms. Fareed, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 2, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it.
My question concerning Article 3. The first comment I believe Ms. Mann made was that there is a significant increase in special education costs. I would like to ask her or the board, and I'm not sure exactly how to phrase this, we have seen a reduction in SPED costs this year across SAU 41 due to things like transportation. For example, a student who would have received services that the district's obligated to in busing decides to stay home for remote learning, for example, and that busing cost is reduced. How much of the increase that Ms. Mann mentioned is simply more of a return to norm if all the kids are in school, which I believe the planning is built around those schools being open and everyone back in, if I understood it right, and how much of it is any particular significant increase? And I don't mean by percentages, but just a general analysis of that. Because I think there are some of these cost increases are related to returning to norms rather than the bulk of the increase being from a norm to some new norm. Is that a reasonable phrasing of the question?
If you think you have an answer to that question, please do.
The changes that are noted are due to a change in the student population. It is not recovery of unpaid expenses from this year. So there's a change in the student population within the co-op driving the cost increase.
Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I'd like to propose an amendment to a new figure for the operating budget of $23,314,764.
The motion is an amendment to the dollar figure in the budget, changing it from $24,160,377 to $23,314,764. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
Is there a second? Second by Diane Power. Discussion of the amendment.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion. The past 3 years, we've seen spending go up in the co-op by over 13%, and enrollment has dropped 4%, with further drops expected. We've had very low inflation of 4%. We've also had a large unreserved fund balance, which means money you haven't used in the budget that was raised. In the previous year, it was about $1.7 million before you funded some of the trust funds, and it was still above $1 million after that. For this year, the projections, just as released recently as a day or two ago on the SAU website, shows that we're going to have a unreserved fund balance in the ballpark of over $1.1 million. So this reduction is a modest reduction, recognizing that we're raising a lot more money than we need to. And it's about $850,000. It's still higher than last year's operating budget. So are we over budgeting? The other thing we want to look at is how are we using our resources? We have 341 classes at the high school. We have 93 classes that have less than 15 students in them. We actually have 45 of those classes that have less than 10 students. Is that the wisest use of resources by our administration to have all these small classes? This is what drives up our budget. When we don't reduce the staff, we don't reduce the program to match what the enrollment's doing, we tend to have this problem. We can't get rid of all classes that are small, I understand that, but there's certainly a lot of room for consolidating when you have 93 classes less than the school board recommendation for the classes. And we have to also, we have a runaway budget. This budget's just getting larger and larger. We have to start slowing down the increases because the tax rate is getting too high for a lot of people in Brookline and Hollis to keep affording. So we have to look at the operating budget is the biggest thing in the budget, is the biggest item of all the warrant articles, and so we have to look at reducing it in a responsible way, which is why this approximately 3.5% reduction in the operating budget is being proposed. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? Yes, ma'am.
Mary Ann Shanley, Buttonwood Drive in Hollis. I have a question and I have an observation. The question is, what effect would this have on the district if we did make this $800,000 cut? And the observation, as Andy is making his way up here, is that it's my understanding the smaller class sizes typically help kids who are on the overachieving end of the scale and kids who are on the we need extra help end of the scale. And I think both of those populations deserve to be served.
Just to provide a couple pieces of information, Ms. Shanley is correct. The vast majority of our classes that are small are for special ed or for our AP students. If I just look at the special ed sections that we intentionally try to keep small, part of the reasoning for that is if we were unable to service those children in district, we would legally be obligated to service them out of district. An average out-of-district placement between transportation and education is going to run you around $100,000 per child. So if all of a sudden we put those two classes together and there are 24, and a child with an IEP goes to the IEP team and it's determined that child would be better served out of district, we are mandated legally to pay that cost. With regard to the two surpluses, last year's surplus, obviously, most of it was due to the pandemic. We didn't run buses most of the spring. We had significant cutbacks with staffing because some staff were unable to work and their salaries were part of that unfunded balance. In the most recent revenue and expense report that we presented to the board, we're projecting about a $650,000 surplus at this time. And again, almost half of that, again, falls back on transportation because so many of you have been kind enough to drive your children. We've been able to consolidate runs and do things of that nature. Regard to the question of what does $800,000 mean approximately? Again, these are just recommendations that I would make to the school board, but ultimately they would choose. But I would recommend that we not fill the middle school tech ed teacher, which is a fully loaded position of about $85,000. I would not fill the 0.6 PE position at the high school for $44,400, and I would reduce administrative athletic personnel for $30,000. I would not fill a part-time guidance counselor at the high school for $85,000. I would eliminate the school resource officer for $100,000. That gets me about halfway there. Then I would move over and I would look at this year's budget. And I would eliminate the SAU directed facility sub. That position is intended to fill in when somebody's out, and it's been crucial this year, especially during COVID. I would eliminate the textbooks at the high school. These would be new textbooks. We would just have to survive another year, and that would be $39,898. I would do the same at the middle school for their textbook request of $24,728. We are on a phased-in approach of technology We had completed the middle school, and we are in phase 2 at the high school, so this is presently a 5-year plan. Phase 2 at the high school would provide Chromebooks to social studies, science, biology, and chemistry, and world languages for a total of $111,885. Most of our Chromebooks are at the end of their useful life. We have a great cycle that our IT director and our business manager have created. So they would, most likely, some would function, but some would not. At the middle school, they're in phase 1 of the computer replacement cycle, and that would be $46,010 there. We would eliminate some items that we're looking for in terms of radios and filing cabinets, and that gets us about $10,000. We are presently moving the ski team and the swim team into our athletic pool, so they would be reducing slightly their athletic fees. The major area where we would see further reductions is facilities maintenance. Just to point out an example, if you'd like, you can walk into the main entrance of the high school, and you'll notice that the concrete there needs to be replaced. That needs to be done. We have a number of minor things, and if we don't keep up with the regular maintenance, it's going to become a big bill. So a series of minor items, including HVAC upgrade to the software, window blinds, window screens, window seals, storage sheds, is $60,500 at the high school. At the middle school, we have a security systems update, an HVAC system update, and phase 2 of window replacement for $56,500. That brings me just a little over $800,000. It's not ideal. It is something that I cannot support, but if the voters, whatever number you give me, that's the number we'll work with. And just like with COVID, we'll make it happen. So I thank you.
Andy, before you go, I'd like to clarify something. When you say move ski and something else into the athletic pool, you don't mean an actual pool, right? We do not have a physical pool filled with water. I just want to clarify.
I would like to have one today, but we don't have one.
Okay. You meant the funding
Yes,
pool.
thank
Okay.
you.
Tammy Freed Hollis. So I'm familiar with the unassigned fund balance in most of our districts and the SAU itself, seeking to fall within a guideline range of 7 to 10% of the operating budget. So if the superintendent says it's a $650,000 unassigned fund balance, where does that expected? Can Ms. Mann comment on how that falls within the recommended range that is, what's the word, prudent?
Okay, oh, there we go. The recommended range you're referring to, Tammy, is with regard to the SAU unreserved fund balance, which is a little bit different than how the school's fund balance works. At the SAU level, if the budget comes in, the actuals come in under budget, the SAU, we can hold that money and carry it over in an unreserved fund balance. For the school districts and themselves, we simply can't hold that money. It has to be returned for the taxpayer, to the taxpayer. So we don't have a recommended range. It's just money that is returned. That also differs from the town budgets because the towns can retain and aren't obligated to return the fund balances, school districts are.
Christina Isakovich, Broad Street in Hollis. I'm all for responsible management of the school budget, and I'm all for trusting our school board to do that. I have every reason to believe that they have. To the extent that there's, concrete that needs to be replaced, I will trust them to make that decision. But I'm going to question a bigger premise, which is in a world that's changing as quickly as this one is, in a world where education of our future voters is one of the most important things that we can take on, are we seriously contemplating saving a few $1,000s by getting rid of guidance counselors and delaying textbooks and removing technology and school resource officers? What are we thinking? Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Kevin Lavery from Brookline, and I just have one point. I'm all for the cuts, but as far as the resource officer, I think that would be utterly ridiculous and counterproductive, and actually, I don't think I have to say anything else. It would be foolish. A security system without something to back it up is absolutely useless. So.
Ms. St. John.
I'm not speaking to the amendment. I just wanted to mention that I see a lot of people suffering in the heat, and we have 3 cases in the water in the back by the Hollis check-in through A through C, and some people walking around handing out water. So if you need one, please raise your hand and you can get one, or you can walk in the back and get one.
Thank you. Mr. Power, you've already spoken to the amendment, so I'm going to let Mr. Buto talk.
You're not coming through, Drew.
I understand.
I'm just coming to move the question on the amendment.
Do we really need to do that? I see a total of one more speaker.
Okay, that's fine.
I understand you can't hear me, but I don't have a microphone that works.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I just wanted to clarify one thing Superintendent Corey had mentioned about $651,000 is the figure that's in the unreserved fund balance, but that's after you, if you fund the other trust funds that we have on the warrant, and that's the athletic trust, the maintenance trust, the contingency. And for those that aren't aware, the school board can retain 1%, up to 1% of the appropriations, which this year would be about $181,000. So that would be money that would not come back to the taxpayer. It's about $445,000. And one other area, I was curious why they wouldn't consider this as a option for cutting versus the resource officer, is that until 2019, we only had 2 assistant principals at the high school. And that was the way it was for a long time, from the year 2000 till 2018. In 2019, we added a third assistant principal. And this is at a time when the population has gone down, so we're adding more administrators and less teachers. So I think that we need to look at how many administrators we have, and we'll also talk later about the SAU budget. But it makes sense to look at reducing the administration. That's a higher paid position, and that could definitely save some money. We got by with 2 assistants for a long time. We don't need 3 assistant principals at the high school. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, the change is we had a director of student services at the high school. So we had 2 assistant principals, a director of student services, and the principal. Now we have a principal, 2 assistant principals, and then we changed the title of the director of student services to assistant principal in charge of student services, because it gave them a lot more flexibility to conduct different parts of the job when another administrator was out. So there's no increase in positions, just a change of the title.
I was wondering whether it would be possible to also open up. Oh, sorry, what?
Voting card and name and.
Oh, sorry. I left my voting card over there. I didn't realize I was supposed to bring it up. My name is Molly Forgard. I was wondering how much of the budget it would be possible to open up if there.
He moved to in debate.
No, he didn't take the motion. He did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my first time here. Am I doing something wrong?
No.
You're okay, Molly. Just wait, and they'll explain it. Drew will explain it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was wondering whether it might be possible to open up some room in the budget through reducing some excess in the sport area voting card. As just that's another area that's another non-academic area. I don't know what percentage of the budget that is. I just wanted to bring that up as a possibility. Again, I don't know if that's a significant area in the budget.
I would suggest that's a topic more suited to a school board meeting than to an annual meeting. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to the article, to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of amending the budget to 23 million and something or other that's over there and I don't have in front of me? Please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your cards, and the noes had it. Now we're back to discussion of the article as proposed by the school board.
Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I just had some questions actually about the funding of the SRO, because that was a complicated issue between the town, between the Hollis School District, and apparently between the co-op as well. So I wondered if there was federal grant money that is being used as part of the funding for the SRO position. And I'm not sure who could respond to that.
There's no federal money available at the co-op level to fund the SRO position, which is why it's included in the operating budget. The federal funding you're referring to is for the grant that the Hollis School District will be using to fund its SRO and share some of the, actually the grant is through the town, and the school district will fund a portion of the SRO, and the town's portion of that position will be funded through a grant. But the co-op doesn't have access to those types of federal funds.
Thank you. Move the question.
Sure, you got to go over there.
We have a motion to end debate. Do we have a second? Moved by Mr. Buetow, seconded by Mr. Harris. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. We are now moving to vote on Article 3 as proposed by the school board. If you are in favor of the operating budget as proposed, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it.
Drew. David Sachs, 43 Jambar Road, move to restrict reconsideration, Article 3.
The motion is to restrict reconsideration of Article 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the second was Mr. Harris, moved by Mr. Sachs. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. We have found a set of earbuds. They're pretty with a black cord and magnetic connectors here. If somebody claims them, please come up front and you may have them. Article 4 is the SAU budget. This one requires a ballot vote by state law. Shall the district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $997,899 as the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's portion of the SAU budget of $1,953,257 for the forthcoming fiscal year? This year's adjusted budget of $1,918,864 with $980,328 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if this article does not receive a majority vote of all the school district voters voting in this school administrative unit. The school board recommends this Article 700. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 610. The estimated net tax impact for Brookline is 67 cents a thousand, and for Hollis is 39 cents a thousand. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Drew. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. If you're following along on the slides that were provided online, I'll be speaking to numbers 34 and 35. Statutory language does not allow this article to be amended. To simply put this is a shared budget across our districts. The Hollis and the Brookline districts have already placed their votes on this article. So this will be the ballot vote, and the votes will then be, the votes from all three of the voting opportunities will be combined to determine the outcome of this article. I will briefly share a few of the main driving causes for the increase in the SAU budget, but I would like to first just take a quick moment to thank the SAU staff for all of their efforts this year. It's been a year unlike anyone could have imagined, and they've truly gone above and beyond to support our students and staff. And as a mother to four in 4 different schools throughout our schools here, I'm very, very grateful. So thank you very much for that and for all you've done. Thank you. All right, on to the numbers. So if you're following along, slide number 35, I talk about raises. So we have in this proposed budget, we have a 3% proposed increase for both our assistant superintendents, and all other proposed are approximately 2% for increases. We also have $16,000 board-approved salary increases. Salary increases are adjusted from time to make sure they're appropriate and competitive with surrounding districts. On a side note, I do hear a lot of comments from time to time about the number of administrators in this office, and I think it's important to remember too, we have 3 districts, but we have 4 different boards that they help manage, 4 separate budget or finance committees, and then we have 6 different unions with separate collective bargaining agreements and those negotiations. We have also centralized more things at the SAU, and that's why we've seen some growth there, but this has allowed for shared resources across all of our districts. It's improved our efficiency and really helped lower some of our costs. So. The next one is the New Hampshire retirement system. I won't harp on this because both Tom and Darlene have mentioned and have shared this information, but just as it impacts the rest of our staff, it also impacts our budget at the SAU office. This accounts for a $56,000 increase this year. Healthcare is another area, and sadly, over the last decade, we really have seen unbelievable growth here. This has posed really big challenges to school budgets. The guaranteed maximum rate that we've been working off of to provide this budget today is 10.9%. It does sound as if we may have a lower rate but we still don't know our obligations fully for healthcare costs. So this is why this is an estimated number. If there is excess, these excess funds would go into the on-reserve fund balance. Moving along to associated taxes, employer side of taxes. This is the employer side of taxes that we pay. This is, with increased salary, we're going to have an increase in our taxes. These are things like Social Security, Medicare, those types of things. And lastly, just to kind of touch on the final part on that slide, the revenue, the loss of the use of fund balance. I just want to take a minute to explain because during the 21 school year, the current year we're in, we have used on-reserve fund balance to help offset costs. We used just shy of $27,000 this year. We were able to do this because our on-reserve fund balance was on the higher side of our goal. And for those of you curious about the goal, we set a goal of 7 to 10%. At this point in our planning, our on-reserve fund balance is really a little bit more where we want it. And so it would not be appropriate and it's not recommended to use funds for the next school year from this fund. I think that covers the big things. I can turn it back over to you, Drew. Thank you.
Discussion of Article 4. Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I was for those who aren't aware, this SAU budget is actually passed by the SAU Governing Board in December. It was between Christmas and New Year's when they had the meeting to determine this number. So it's been in the works for a while, but the voters don't really have much of a choice. We have an adjusted budget and a default budget, so we can't really amend it here. But it's almost a 10% increase from last year. And just something that concerns me and many others is how big this SAU has grown. In the past 15 years, we've had this staff about double, and their budget is approaching $2 million. That's about double. So if you look at how much the SAU is costing per every student K through 12 in the co-op, K through 12 in the whole SAU, including the co-op and the 2 elementary school districts, we used to spend $391 per student in 2007, and now we're going to be spending over $813. The staff has doubled, has gone from 9 to 17. We used to have 1 superintendent. Now we have a superintendent and 2 assistants. That is an unusual thing in New Hampshire because out of 105 SAUs, only 8 have multiple assistant superintendents. And there are many that have 1 or 0 that are larger than Brookline and Hollis in the co-op. So I would recommend that you vote no on this. At least we can save a little bit on the adjusted budget. But we also have to have a bigger conversation about how we want this SAU to be managed. We don't want it to continue to grow and provide these gigantic increases that we have to share in Brookline, Hollis, and the co-op. And I had one question about if the vote tallies from the Brookline vote and the Hollis elementary school vote is available, the yeses and nos.
Yes, they are. In Brookline, they was voted on election day as part of the SB2 ballot. It was yes 597, no 360. The Hollis School District vote on March 30th, yes 38, no 7. The total of those two is yes 635, no 367.
So the yes votes are, the votes are higher in Brookline because of the SB2 balloting, correct?
I would not want to speculate why they're higher. That's not my job.
It looks like Brookline has more of an influence on this than Hollis does, but thank you very much.
Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Fareed, Hollis. Mr. Powers' points about the size of the staff pretends, and I use that word without intending to be rude, pretends that in the past 14 years, since 2007, I think is the date he mentioned, nothing has changed in Concord. Nothing has changed in our approach to education. Nothing has changed in technology demands. How many of us have read, for example, articles in the national news, international news, about ransomware attacks? Our IT department, which has not grown, is still a single individual at the SAU, has managed to block endless, relentless attacks on our security systems. We have staff dedicated to responding to over 10,000 invoices a year just in accounts payable. That's not payroll. We have over 1,000 employees and volunteers who require background checks and all of the contracting, et cetera, and that's 2 people. The second person came on, I'm going to remember 3 years ago. Forgive me if it was 2 or 4, but I believe 3 years ago. We have the leanest imaginable staff under the workloads we are obligated to meet. You have no idea the volume of documentation that is required by our Student Services Division, by our Human Resources Department, by our curriculum efforts. It is monumental. If you have concerns about the size of the SAU staff, I urge you to speak to your Concord representatives about the obligations that school districts and SAUs, school administrative units, are faced with.
There you go.
I knew I had it here somewhere. Richard Gribble, Oak Hill Road in Brookline. I believe, Mr. Power, you said that this was a 10% increase. Is that correct? My math says it's a 1% increase. Can you please, I mean, I just divided it out on my
I didn't even use my head, and it comes out to be 1.017 is the new one over the old. I'm not really opposed to a 1% increase.
Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kat McGee, Hayden Road, Hollis. I just wanted to make a point of clarification because I've heard this brought up at several meetings recently. We keep referring to the folks gathered here and at other meetings as the governing body. And my understanding is that in our form of government, we are the legislative body because we get to vote on the propositions, and the governing body, as decided by the towns, is either the Board of Selectmen or the school board. And so in this case, the governing body is actually the people that we put in place to work on this year round and provide us with the information that we are then to vote on. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Ms.
Carol,
Roy.
Hi, Carol Roy, South Merrimack Road, Hollis. I hear the number of pupils and enrollment and stuff being used as a reference when discussing a lot of these articles. I think the thing we need to keep in mind is it's not just about the numbers of children in the school, it's the level of service that we as a Hollis and Brookline community have committed to, either above and beyond what is expected in other districts or what is expected here, or maybe we're catching up. So please don't just look at pupil count. We have to look at the quality and desired service that we are committing to our kids. Thanks.
Mr. Solon.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I just want to clarify some misconceptions that may be held. When we talk about now having a superintendent and 2 assistant superintendents, that is currently accurate. However, during the period when we only had 1 superintendent and no assistants, we had a director of curriculum and a director of special education, which became director of student services. The change to have them as assistant superintendents was to enable them to meet the legal obligation to hold board meetings and allow the distribution of responsibilities and the schedules that come up. I think that's an important clarification. The other thing is that during this time frame when we have brought some of the resources centralized within our SAU, we've experienced dramatic savings. Literally millions of dollars have been saved by the hard work bringing students back into district where previously they had been out of district placements. So there are economies of scale and other benefits from having those resources in the SAU as opposed to in the individual districts. If people were really interested in a way to lower the cost of the SAU administration, something I asked them to seriously consider is having the SAU be a single school district, which would have only 1 school board, only 1 budget committee, far fewer meetings, and not having the tremendous duplication of efforts from dealing with all these different contracts and meetings. Thank you.
Mr. Buetow.
Call the question.
It is motion to end debate by Mr. Buetow, seconded by Mr. Harris. If this motion passes, the gentleman here in the black shirt will be our last speaker. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to ending debate, raise your cards. Thank you. This motion passes. Actually, Eric, you've already spoken to this, so I'm going to let him go first, and then you get another chance. Yes, sir.
How you doing? Kevin Lavery from Brookline. We talk about, it was brought up that, people's job obligations and stuff like that. And that we have only 1 IT. So, my point of view is, payroll is mostly done by computer nowadays. You punch it in, I'm sure it's overlooked by someone if it's outside of the normal parameters. But to sit here and say that we don't understand it, basically saying that none of us out there in the real world don't have any idea what's going on in the school system, which is basically run like a business. If you really look at it, you got a budget, you got payroll, you got all that stuff. And I just feel that if they have a problem in one area, allocate it and hire another IT guy, but make the cut somewhere else with the existing things. But the way I see it, it's everybody's just coming up with differing views. I don't mind spending the money because I can afford it, but there are a lot of people that can't afford it. I mean, you're talking tax bills right now are approaching what a mortgage is. That should be something taken into effect. Yes, we want to, thank, the teachers, but I have a hard time thanking people for doing what their job is supposed to be. I mean, we got police officers right over there that I don't see anybody thanking. They're here to protect us right now. And I don't see anybody thanking them. Just wanted to point it out.
Mr. Power.
Yes, I wanted to clarify something that if you look at the slide deck you're following along on page 44, this is the Budget Committee slide, it does say that the budget is up 9.5%. I called it 10, so maybe I was up a little bit. It's up 9.5% on slide 44. The other thing we've had a trend here is that we tend to upgrade administrators, and when you're not changing, you're not adding people, but when you start making the positions higher, they end up costing you more, both in the short term and the long term. When you start making somebody, instead of director of student services, it's a superintendent, assistant superintendent for student services, that tends to drive up the amount that you're going to pay long term, because that's a different pay category. Same thing with principal at the high school. You made an assistant principal from a director of student services there. So you have to keep those things in mind. Every time you upgrade somebody, it's going to cost more in the long run. And, we have, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Bob Thompson for being picked to be superintendent of Hampstead. And, but this is an opportunity to not replace that assistant superintendent that we have, go back to director of student services. That would be an opportunity to help bring this SAU budget in line. And I hope the school board considers that as they look at it, the governing board, when they look at the SAU budget going forward. We have to find a way to try to keep the costs down. Thank you.
Yes, keep it brief.
I just wanted to clarify for the audience, one of the biggest things we deal with is New Hampshire retirement. And in the wonderful world of New Hampshire, a director of student services will cost me $5,000 more than an assistant superintendent in charge of student services because of the way they calculate New Hampshire retirement.
All debate on Article 4 has ceased. This is another ballot vote. We're going to be using purple or lilac, however you like lavender, however you like to characterize that. Boxes there and there. The polls are now open. Is there anybody here still waiting to vote on Article 4? Seeing nobody ready to, still voting on Article 4, the polls are now closed. Article 5, discontinue the Athletic Expendable Trust. Shall the school district vote to discontinue the Athletic Expendable Trust Fund? Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district's general fund. Majority vote required. School board recommends this vote, this Article 700. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 700. The estimated net tax impact is 0. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Thank you. So the most important thing you need to keep in mind about anything related to our athletics is that this is covered by parent pay-to-play fees. There's no money collected through taxation. These are fees that our parents pay in order to have their kids play sports in our schools. In this warrant article, we want to discontinue the Athletic Expendable Trust. And then in warrant Article 6, we want to create an athletics revolving fund. The reason for this is that we feel like this is a better way to protect the pay-to-play fees and ensure that they'll always be used for athletic use. So Article 6 would be to create a revolving fund. I was going to have our attorney just speak quickly to the differences, just so you're all aware of that. So that would be you, Jim.
Here's Jim. No.
Hi, everybody. I actually advised the board that they should put this on the warrant this year because every year the funds you receive from the pay-to-play charges end up being unassigned fund balance, and then the board comes before the voters and asks you to put that unassigned fund balance into an expendable trust fund that they can then expend from, which is actually kind of an inefficient way of doing it, since this is really a self-supporting system. So the RSA 194.3C allows school districts to create a self-funded revolving fund where the sole source of the money is from these athletic fees, and they can only be expended for the purposes stated in here, which is to continue to support athletics in the district. The athletic revolving fund is subject to the annual audit, and it can only be expended on monthly intervals. I think everything about what that fund will be is explained in Article 6. The reason why we're discontinuing the expendable trust fund is that we're going to take the money in the trust fund and we're going to appropriate it into the revolving fund. So we're taking that money, closing out that fund, putting it in the revolving fund, and that will be self-supporting. All right?
Thank you, Jim. Yes, sir. Mr. Hubert.
So I generally support this. It seems like a no-brainer, but my point of coming up here is not to speak on this. It's to ask you about a procedural question as far as continuing to process each of the articles in order. It just seems to make sense that we could take one of the items that requires a 1-hour ballot, open that up, and then continue with these that are no-brainers while that process is occurring so that we don't have to be here all night.
Well, we're done by sunset in any case because there's no lights on this field.
Right, but we don't want to come back tomorrow or next week, right?
It's what the voters choose to do. Yes, you certainly can do that. So far, 2 attempts to move one of those articles forward have failed.
I understand, and I believe that most people thought that there was some nefarious intent about, rearranging articles and affecting the budgets and the contracts. There isn't. It's just about being efficient with our time. So would this be an appropriate time to consider warrant Article 13 after the one that we've already started discussion on, and then resume in order?
That is for the legislative body to say.
I'd like to make that motion.
All right. The motion is to move which one? 13, which is SB2, in front of Article 6. Do I have that correct? Moved by Mr. Hubert, seconded by, your name, sir? John Mark Ledoux. Discussion of the motion to move Article 13 in front of 6.
Tammy Fareed Hollis, I have a question about process. Early in the meeting, you mentioned, but I've forgotten now, that there were a couple of paired articles. Isn't this one of them?
It is, but the restriction is that 6 must come after 5. There's nothing that says legally
No,
that
I understand, but 6 is related to 5.
6 is related to 5.
Could we amend the motion that Article 13 be moved
In front of 7?
in front of 7? Does that make
Would you accept that change?
so that the topic can just be does that make sense what I'm saying? Just so they
Yes,
stay paired.
so the mover and the seconder have agreed to the change. The revised motion is to move Article 13 in front of Article 7. Discussion of the motion. Mr. Buteau.
Move to table the motion to change the order of articles?
Move to table the article. Seconded by Mr. Harris.
Not to table the article. but
Sorry.
to
Table the motion to move. Thank you. If, this is not debatable motion. If you wish to table the motion to move Article 13 in front of Article 7, please raise your cards. If you wish not to table, if you were to continue with this motion, raise your cards. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is tabled. Article 5. Shall the school district vote to discontinue the athletic expendable trust fund? Such funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district's general fund. If you are in favor of this article, please raise your card. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 6, establish athletics revolving fund. Shall the school district establish a non-lapsing athletics revolving fund in accordance with RSA 194:3-C to be funded by receipts from athletic participation fees and charges? Further, to raise and appropriate up to $50,000 to put into that fund for the purpose of supporting athletic programs in the district, with said amount to come from the unassigned general fund balance resulting from the previously discontinued athletic expendable trust and participation fees collected in 2020 to 21. The money received from athletic fees and charges shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year in this revolving fund and shall not be considered part of the general fund, an unassigned fund balance. Expenditures may be made from the revolving fund only for the purposes stated herein at monthly intervals or as needed without further approval of the legislative body. Majority vote required. The school board recommends 700. The budget committee recommends 700. This doesn't have a direct tax impact, but if the article fails, then there is a potential reduction of taxes for Hollis of 2 cents a thousand and Brookline of 3 cents a thousand. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
I think at this point we've covered it with
I think at this point we've covered it. Just a reminder, these are pay-to-pay fees coming from parents who pay to support their kids in athletics. Thanks.
Discussion of Article 6. Mr.
David
Sachs.
Sachs, 43 Jambog Road. I think just based on what we've heard, I think it would be a severe injustice to vote this down, since that would take the funds that were sent for athletics and put them into the general fund to reduce taxes. These are pay-to-pay fees that we pay for our kids to play athletics. Please vote this, yes.
Seeing no further discussion, if you are in favor of Article 6 to establish an athletics revolving fund, please raise your card. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your card. And the ayes have it. I have the results of the ballot vote on Article 4. For the Cooperative School District, yes, 267, no, 124. When I add that up with all of the other two districts, I get a total of yes, 902, no, 491. The SAU budget is adopted. Mr. Buetow.
Move to restrict reconsideration of Articles 4, 5, and 6.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 4, 5, and 6. Moved by Mr. Buetow, seconded by Mr. Harris. Is that correct? If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of 4, 5, and 6, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And 4, 5, and 6 are restricted. Article 7, Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $115,000 to be added to the previously established School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund. The sum to come from the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School District's June 30, 2021 unassigned fund balance, available on July 1, 2021. The school board recommends 610. The budget committee recommends 610. If the article fails, the estimated available funds to reduce taxes potentially would be for Brookline 8 cents a thousand and for Hollis 4 cents a thousand. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Thank you. So the School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust was established previously to help defray the costs of big-ticket maintenance items. This fund alleviates the existence of major financial spikes due to non-routine maintenance costs. The funding source of this article is the unassigned fund balance or surplus that may exist at the end of the current fiscal year, June 20th, 2021. If surplus funds are not available, this article will not be funded. The purpose of this fund is to carry forward funds for major building maintenance. Major expenditures are proposed by administration to the school board. The school board then evaluates and approves the expenditure after holding a public hearing, which we would appreciate and invite all of you to attend our public hearings. For the fiscal year 2022, we have a capital improvement plan. We have a beginning balance in this fund of $85,000. If this $115,000 is approved, we would be spending some of that money on our high school roof, Phase 4, for $35,000, and for some of the high school road paving, Phase 2, $80,000, and we would end with $85,000. Thank you.
Discussion on Article 7. Seeing none, if you are in favor of appropriating $115,000 for the Facilities Maintenance Trust, please raise your cards. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 8.
I'm Drew Kellner, 7 Yankee Way, Brookline. I'm going to echo what Fred had said.
being one that's counting some of those ballots, I don't really want to wait till the end to vote on the one that's going to require an hour. That means we just sit here for an hour. So I'm going to make a motion that we take up Article 13 next.
As in now?
Yes.
All right. The motion is to take up Article 13 right now. Moved by Mr. Kellner, seconded by Mr. Power. Is there discussion? Do you want to say more, Mr. Kellner?
I think it was pretty self-explanatory, but it requires an hour to be open. So I'd rather not have that hour window start at the end of the meeting when most of you are going to go home, but several of us would have to wait around for that to be. So,
Mr. Garuba.
I think we heard before that this is not about some sort of nefarious plan. It's about making sure that everybody's time who has dedicated their Saturday to be here is used efficiently. So I would hope that no one makes a motion to table this.
Ms. Roy.
Carol Roy, South Merrimack Road, Hollis. Everybody's using the hour-long count as a reason to move 13. There are two other articles that are both highly discussed and debatable that are already scheduled to come after 13. So I don't think we need to move anything. You're going to have plenty of time to count, and I do appreciate all of the counters' time and effort today. Thank you.
my point is we can then take up other business during that hour-long window. So we're not as though we're wasting time. And please don't take my motion to indicate any support for what Article 13 is. It's more of a logistics thing.
Mr. Hubert. And no, you can't table this.
Rats. No, yeah, we do have a 1 hour ballot for Article 12 and for Article 13, right? We could do 12 now, we could do 13 now. Either one makes us more efficient. So some people would rather win than be happy, but let's be efficient and be happy.
Mr. Sachs.
David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road. In the interest of logistics and everyone's time, I would urge that we support this and be done with it.
Point of order.
Ms. Fareed, what's your point of order?
I'm so confused. Didn't we have a motion that's on the table on this subject, or is it because the next makes it a?
The motion was to move 13 in front of 7, I
So
believe.
this is a new motion.
This is a new motion, yes.
God forbid we mess up.
Do you yes? Do you wish to speak?
I do.
Then step right up.
Okay. So Jen Morrissey, Laurel Crest Drive, Brookline. I actually feel like we have spent more time talking about moving things, and we could have used that time way better.
All right, the motion on the floor is to take up Article 13 right now ahead of Article 8. If you are in favor, it requires a simple majority. If you are in favor of taking up Article 13 now, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. We're going to take up Article 13. I have to skip ahead to find it. Article 13, by petition. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 40:13, known as SB2, to allow official ballot voting on all issues before the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School District on the second Tuesday of March? The school board does not recommend this Article 160. The Budget Committee does not recommend this Article 070. This vote will be taken by secret ballot, requires a 3/5 supermajority of the yeses and nos, and the polls to remain open for at least an hour. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by Mr. Lister. Mr. Power, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be as fast as I can. I realize that we've been here a long time. For those who aren't aware, SB2 is a method to conduct school district meetings in 2 sessions. You have a deliberative session typically in early February where you debate, just like this, all of the warrant articles. And then you finalize the warrant, and then the warrant is then available for everybody to look at, learn about for 30 days at least. And then on our town election day, we held the balloting session, the same time you vote for your school, district officers, your town officers. It's the second Tuesday in March. You can vote any day, you can vote at any time during the day the polls are open, or if you're out, you can do absentee balloting. So it helps enfranchise a number of voters. Under SB2, there always is an operating budget. There's one that's proposed by the Budget Committee, or it can be the default budget, which is one that's from the previous year that's adjusted for certain items, one-time expenditures. It's prescribed in law. So there's always going to be a budget for the school. SB2 increases voter participation. It gives you 2 opportunities to participate with the deliberative and ballot voting session. You have the privacy of ballot voting, so you don't have to call for a private ballot. It's there as part of it. You can vote anytime on election day, and you can still participate in the balloting session if you're not in town. It requires the school board, budget committee, and proponents of warrant articles to communicate the merits before, during, and after the deliberative session. So it gives you a lot of time for fact checking. You don't have to make instant decisions. You don't table any articles. All articles are voted upon at the ballot box. And you can't reconsider articles. We have heard a lot of motions here to restrict reconsideration, because that's something that can happen in a traditional meeting, but does not happen in a SB2 meeting. So the co-op has actually had some fairly long meetings. We had 3 sessions in 2014, 2 sessions in 2015. We had 5 sessions in 2018, and we had 2 sessions last year. In 2018, it was particularly long. It was over 14 hours, which I think is more than most people can handle. You get the argument that SB2 doesn't have as much participation. Well, in Brookline, we've had SB2 for 5 years, and we've actually had exactly the same average number of people participating at the traditional meeting that we used to have in the past 5 years at our deliberative session, 71. But we've also had an average of 834 voters participate in balloting session. And the idea there is that when more people participate, you get a better overall result for the meeting and for the town and the school district. So you get more opportunities to participate with the deliberative session and ballot voting. It provides longer and more informed discussion on all warrant articles. It ensures privacy and the ability to vote for all voters. And it increases voter participation. So we'll have fiscally responsible spending and better outcomes that are in the best interest of the entire community. I don't want to spend another Saturday here for this long. And if SB2 passes, we would do a deliberative session, which tends to go much faster. So I encourage everybody to vote yes on SB2. Thank you.
You're good. I'm the assistant moderator. You want me to? You got here before my 80th birthday.
Eric, you were supposed to speak for 5 minutes. I was dealing with some logistic issues about balloting. My apologies. Mr. Belanger.
Jim Belanger, 32 Plain Road, Hollis. I move to place Article 13 on the table.
All right. Motion to table Article 13. Moved by Mr. Belanger, seconded by Mr. Harris. If you wish to stop talking about this for the moment and set it aside, then you will want to vote to table. If you want to keep discussing about this, then you will vote no on the motion to table. If the motion is tabled, then the whole thing is just set aside and can be taken up later. This is a vote on a motion to table. If you are in favor of tabling this motion, tabling this article, please raise your cards. If you are opposed to tabling, raise your cards. The noes have it. Mr. Hubert.
So I've heard Mr. Bell